Trying to grow your YouTube channel while working a 9-to-5 job can be excruciating. And I know because it took me 6 years to monetize my first YouTube channel while working a full-time job. And I know that's not what a lot of you want to hear, but the good news is that I've used this experience to build out a system that got my uncle monetized in only 3 months. And we did it by working less than 10 hours a week and without doing hours of editing or buying expensive new gear. So in this 4-hour video, I'm going to walk you through step by step how to make your YouTube videos efficiently and quickly so that you can get monetized while working your full-time job without getting burnt out or quitting altogether. This is the exact system that I've used to get monetized twice, and I'm going to give it to you for free in this video. In this video, we're going to cover what style of video to make so that it's easier for you to actually make your videos, how to structure your time appropriately so that you do the most important thing most consistently. Then we're going to go through how to ideate, how to come up with ideas, scripting, titles, hooks, thumbnails, studio setup, camera confidence, how to speak confidently on camera, algorithm hacks that you definitely need to know, the right mindset to have, and then we're going to do a whole breakdown on how to stop procrastinating so that you actually use the information that I'm about to give you. So buckle down, get some notes, let's get into it. So what style of video should you make? Well, it's the style that you can actually consistently do. Like if you're working a 9-to-5 job and you're really busy, but you're trying to be a cinematic YouTuber where you travel halfway across the country and take a $3,000 camera with you and have a tripod and take all of these, like, you're not going to have time for that. You have work. You got work to do. You need to pick I understand you have a vision in your mind of what you want the channel to be like, but let's be realistic, okay? Step 1 is just getting it monetized so it can actually make you a little bit of income. You can make it what you want it. It can evolve to what you want it to be later when it's already paying you money and you've already been able to quit your full-time job, so you have more time to do this stuff. But in the beginning, the style of video that you should make is one that is simple, easy for you to do, and takes the least amount of time. You're busy. You're working a job. You got to go to the gym. You got to get groceries. You got to cook food. Maybe you have kids. You don't need to have the most elaborate setup and the best editing and multiple different camera angles to monetize a YouTube channel on YouTube from scratch. I know this because I've done it twice. One camera angle, some lights on my desk, sitting at my desk with a laptop and a mic and a cheap webcam. That's it. That's all you need, right? And so I'll show you how to do that later in this video, but you should be doing content that is easy and sustainable for you to do so that you actually reach your goals. I understand you want to make it this really elaborate thing and you want to be like the big YouTubers with millions of subscribers. They have all these different camera angles, but YouTube is their full-time job. And so they have the time to do that. But if you're busy working a job right now, you don't have time for all of that. And I know this because I've been there. You have probably already tried several times to do an elaborate video with lots of different shots and angles, outside, inside, lots of different editing effects, and what happened? I know what happened. You burnt out. You got tired. You ran out of time. You didn't get it done. You procrastinated on it because it was more than you could chew, right? That video is still not done, right? Exactly. We need to be honest with ourselves and understand the predicament that we're in. We have jobs. We have kids. We're busy. We don't have time to make big, elaborate cinematic videos. Is it possible? Sure. Is it something that you're going to be able to do multiple times, every single week? I find that unlikely. At least it was for me. If you can do it, that's fine. But for the rest of you that are really struggling with their content style and just getting stuff out the door that's interesting, that they like making, this is the style that you should be doing, okay? I'm going to break it down for you. It's super simple, okay? Pick a niche that you're passionate about, that you know a lot about, because this will make it easier for you to speak on it. If you know nothing about it, it'll take you hours and hours and hours a week to do adequate research in order to make the video useful. And so that's not good either, because again, you don't have 5 hours a week to do tons of research, plus everything else that you want to do. So pick a topic and a niche that you already know something about. Now, you can either already know a lot about it, or you could just be an enthusiast and have a lot of things to say on it. So knowing you could already be a fitness instructor and already have six-pack abs, well, in that case, you can do very, very simple videos where you sit down and you talk to the camera, and then you film a little bit of B-roll in like an hour of you doing the workouts, right? It doesn't have to take you that long. And then you can edit it all together relatively quickly. Or say if you are an expert in finance or economics, you could just sit here, talk to the camera, maybe have a little bit of a slideshow here, and go through the points and recite the material, because you're already an expert, you already know what to do. It doesn't necessarily take you that much work to research for the video. Or you could just be an enthusiast. Say you love Star Wars. You don't have to do a lot of research in order to just get on camera and start talking about why you love Star Wars so much. It's a lot easier. It takes less time. So make sure you're in a niche that you're actually living. This is what's called living your niche. I learned this from Hamza. Live the thing that you're already doing. It's so much easier to talk about something that you've been doing for years, talk about something that you're doing on a daily basis or love or know a lot about, than saying venturing into a brand new topic that you've never done before, and just because it might get you views. All right, I see a lot of people, they just use AI to make random videos hoping that it gets some views. Like, nobody cares about your AI generated octopus video with like a bland story and the weird AI voice, okay? Nobody cares, okay? Pick something that you love / already know about. It'll make it so much easier to be sustainable because you love it, you're passionate about it, you love talking about it, and guess what? You can make money on any topic, right? Secondly, use authority hacking. Find big YouTubers already in your niche and find a way to put their faces in the thumbnails and comment on what they do and whether or not it works for you. If a big YouTuber who's already famous is in your niche and says, you should do this, you can go, hey, I'm in this niche. I took their advice. Here's what happened. Good or bad, it doesn't matter, right? You can authority hijack. You can put their face in the thumbnail and say, yeah, you know what? I tried their advice and this is what happened. These are my thoughts. It's a lot easier to get views that way. Authority hacking. Because again, as we'll see in thumbnails, recognizability is important for getting people to click. Or it is one of the factors that gets people to click, all right? And so yeah, pick a style that's easy for you to do. You want it to be a niche that you already can speak about, already know a lot about. This will make it easier for you to be confident on camera as well. Because if you already know the material, learning to speak fluently on camera will be a lot easier as you practice. Secondly is the setup. One camera, a laptop, and a mic, and some lights on your desk. That's it. You can do a little bit of B-roll if you want to. But I monetize my YouTube channel just by sitting at a desk, looking at a camera, and sharing my screen with OBS. That's it. It's easy. It took me 60 seconds to set up this. 60 seconds. It's not bad, right? And that's what I'll be showing you how to do later on in this video. So that's the kind of style that you should be in. The easiest, simplest one for you to do. If it takes you an hour to set up your camera and lights every time you want to film, that's going to cut into your time. That's where things can go wrong. That's where time gets away from you. You get frustrated, you procrastinate. Don't do that. Pick a style that's easy for you to do so that it's sustainable. You actually get your videos out the door and you actually get views and you can actually get monetized. All right. And now I'm going to show you how you should be scheduling your time and what you should actually be focusing on. All right. So you take a look here. Most people do what's at the top here. All right. This is a terrible idea. Okay, you'll spend like 3 hours writing out a script word for word. I know some of you will spend 10 hours writing a script word for word. Never do that. It's not worth the time. You'll spend like an hour or two fiddling with your YouTube setup, and then because you procrastinate and are nervous and get anxiety around recording, you'll start and stop. It might take you an hour. You might stare at the camera for an hour and then hit record, and it'll go terribly, and you'll have to do all of these different takes, and you'll start and you'll stop, and it just takes you like 2 hours, and then people will spend like 3 hours editing, and then once you upload the video and you have time, it's like, oh yeah, I should make a thumbnail. And you spend like a few minutes in Canva throwing a thumbnail together. Then you just make up a title, right? That's what's at the top here, and that's what most people do. That's terrible. Never do that. Never, ever do that. That is the worst way to spend your time. If you're a busy person, you're an entrepreneur, you're a 9-to-5 worker, or a parent, you don't want to waste your precious time like this, all right? And that's for 2 reasons. One main reason. There's actually only 2 steps to getting monetized, all right? There are 2 rules to YouTube, only 2. Every other rule that somebody tells you has an exception to it of some sort. Every other rule can and has been broken by other successful YouTubers, okay? It's all just best practices. There's only 2 rules that matter. Make human beings click on your video. Keep them watching for as long as possible. That's it. That's it. Those are fundamentally the only 2 rules. It doesn't matter how you do it. Lots of people do it in very different ways. People do unedited vlogs and follow those 2 rules. Mr. Beast spends $1 million a video, and he's following those 2 rules. All right? These 2 rules are universal, and they work for every single channel, and every channel has to follow these rules or they will not get monetized. If you cannot convince human beings to click on the video, it doesn't matter how good the script is or how well edited it is or how clean your recording is, because no one will ever see it. You will never get the watch time, and YouTube will never push it because it has no watch time. All right? And so the first and most important thing is actually choosing a topic that humans want to click on, and then making a title and thumbnail that makes them click on it, and then actually having a hook/story that keeps them watching. All right? And so this is where your time should actually be spent. Topic selection, thumbnail and title, hook and story, very quick setup. And again, I'll teach you how to get your studio set up in this video, so it's very quick and easy for you. It takes me like 30 seconds to get set up for my videos now, by the way. Only 30 seconds. I'll show you why. Some recording takes much less time, and a little bit of editing. Again, I'm going to show you how to make all of those things take less time. Again, a lot of you are going to be perfectionists about recording and editing, and you want it to look so good. It's like you should only be a perfectionist in the beginning about topic selection and your thumbnail and your title, because if you can't get the click, then keeping people watching with good editing and a script and story doesn't matter, because nobody's going to see it because they didn't click on it to begin with. Topic selection, thumbnail, and title is the first thing that you need to get good at. Hook and story is next. And notice we need to change our wording here. We need to change our language. A lot of you still say scripting. I don't script, okay? I don't write things out word for word. I craft a good hook that is word for word, 15 to 30 seconds. And then I outline a compelling story or list of information. All right, that's what I do. And because I know the topic that I'm talking about well enough, I can riff. And I can just talk to you like I'm your friend. And that's far more better than being a robot reading a script. Nobody likes that. Nobody wants a professor that's just going to be like a robot, reading a script, and I had professors like that. It is so I had a professor. I tell you guys. Let me tell you the story real quick and to illustrate my point. Okay, I had a freaking professor in college. The dude would load up the PDF of the textbook and put it on screen and read through it and walk through it and just sort of tell you about what's on the textbook. There was no dynamics. There was it was the most mind-numbing class ever. And he didn't use a microphone. And he had a really deep and soft voice, which is the exact frequencies that I have difficulty hearing because I'm partially deaf. So I was basically only hearing 65% of the class. And it was just him scrolling through the textbook. I was like, oh my God, are you kidding me? You don't want to do that for your videos, okay? Notice what I'm doing right now. I'm just talking to you like a friend. I'm moving around. I'm moving my hands. I'm chilling. I'm chatting with you. And that's a much better feeling for the audience and the viewer. And the way you do that is that you don't script everything word for word. You outline the thoughts and ideas and stories that you want to tell. And then you just casually rip through them and just be your most genuine and honest self. And, this is something that you have to practice. I'm kind of good at it now because I've done 600 of these videos. But that's what you should be practicing. You don't want to waste your time trying to get better at, reading a script word for word. You want to spend your time getting better at taking an outline and turning it into a compelling narrative and just speaking to your audience like they're your friends, because that's so much more compelling than being robotic and reading a script. All right, so just to go over this again, you need to get the click, get watch time. What you should be focusing all of your time and energy on in the beginning is topic selection, thumbnails, and titles, hook and story. Those are the most important things. If you don't have that, good editing won't matter. All right, now I'm going to show you how to do market research for your videos so that you're not just flying blind and making things up as you go along. So as you get more experience, you won't necessarily have to do as much copying. But in the beginning, you have no idea how to write titles or choose topics that are working on YouTube right now. Copying what is already working is a great place to start. And as you learn, you'll be able to be more independent than just copying people all the time. And so we're going to use cookies as an example. So if you're a cooking channel, and you want to make a video about cookies, but you're not quite sure which cookies to make or whether or not they're too saturated or anything like that, this is what I would do. We would start simple. We would actually go to YouTube and let the YouTube algorithm help us out. So first thing I would do is I type cookies into the search bar and then go to filters and filter it by this month. What it is that I'm looking for is very specific. We have a lot of shorts, but if you're a long form content creator, then you're probably looking for longer form videos. Now, I want to let you guys know very, very specifically what we are looking for. Okay, this is very, very important. What you are looking for in the beginning is videos that have more views than subscribers. I'll say that again. You're looking for outlier videos. These videos have more views than the amount of subscribers on the channel. What this means is that the majority of the views are not coming from the subscriber base. They are coming from new people outside of the current subscriber count. That means that YouTube is actively pushing that video to new places. And so that means that's an indicator that that particular idea, that topic, that title, that thumbnail is one that is working right now. Of course, if you copy one from a couple years ago, it might not work today. That's why you set the filter to last month or last 3 months and see what you can get. Now, right away, there's a lot of shorts on YouTube, right? And so right away we can see we're not getting a lot right away. And so this is where we kind of expand our search. Like, what kind of cookies do you want to use? So we can do how to make cookies. And you could go specifically how to make cookies at home. And now what we do, again, it always resets. So make sure you search to this month. And now we can start seeing, oh, okay, well, more long form videos are coming up. And what we're really looking for is smaller YouTube channels around, or YouTube channels around your size that are actually doing very, very well for their size. So for example, we just found one. how to start your own cookie business from home. All right, so this is a bit outside of your niche if we're looking for cookies, but to give you an example, what we see here is that this video has 2,000 views, and the channel only has 1,000 subscribers, right? And so if we scroll down, we can see, 3 weeks ago, this video has more views than subscribers. And so perhaps this is now an example that you can be inspired by. And so as you keep searching, you're going to find more and more and more of these. These are prime examples that you can use and be inspired by and take inspiration from. Or you can blatantly copy them and see what works. That is an option. But at the very least, even if you're not looking to copy them verbatim, you now have an example of what's working right now. How to make a delicious chocolate chip cookie milkshake at home. More views than subscribers. You might want to go for a bit more for subscribers. If you're a shorts channel, this will be very, very easy for you. But it is kind of difficult, and I'm not going to lie to you. Like, this is a bit of a tiresome process, okay? But it is one of the most important processes because you don't want to just, fly blind and make something up and have no idea if the algorithm is going to like it or not. You have no idea if this is going to be worth your time, if it's going to be worth making. If you're going to put all of this time into choosing a good title, making the thumbnails, then you want to at least do some of this work beforehand so that you can actually have a decent idea of what's working in your niche right now so that you're not just flying blind. Now, scrolling on YouTube, this can take a while, right? Which is why I want to show you one other thing. Again, if I go on here, and before I show you that, I want to try this one more time. If I go on here and I show you this, okay, so you have 371 subscribers. This video has 123 views, so not quite super big. But if you keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, eventually you'll start finding these smaller channels that are actually getting way more views than they have subscribers. And that's an indication to you that, hey, this is something I want to pay attention to. This is an example of the kinds of videos that I want to be making. And so, for example, if you go here and you go through this other channel, it's like, okay, they have 20,000 subscribers. And look, here's a video. You guys can't really see it all that well on that side. Let me just bring this over for you. But here on the end, this video, especially this one here, the best vodka marinara recipe, simple, delicious, family favorite. So if you're a cooking channel, we spent 5 or 6 minutes so far scrolling through YouTube looking for something very, very specific within our niche. It's like, oh, we found a video that we can take inspiration from. It's verified to actually work because it has more views than subscribers. And you can take inspiration from the thumbnail, you can take inspiration from the topic and the title. And then, of course, you can always watch these videos and take inspiration from their hooks and how they structure their videos as well. So that, this is also part of your education process as well. That way you're not just flying blind and making whatever. But there is something that I want to show you, and that is a website called 1 of 10. Now, this website, I believe it's paid, but I personally use it, and I do think it's worth it. Because what this does is sort of aggregates all of the outliers that we have so far, and it will find them all, for you on YouTube and bring them all into one place. And so, for example, you can go to the search bar here and do cookies. For example, if you start vague, now we have a whole bunch of potential examples that we can look at for inspiration. So for example, this video here, massive outlier, only 5,000 subs, but 49,000 views. It's like, okay, what is it about this video that would make it do very, very well? Well, it's diet cookies from oatmeal and bananas in 5 minutes. Okay, so there's a promise here. You're going to get diet cookies in 5 minutes and you only need oatmeal and bananas. That's interesting. So anyone who is on a diet but wants to have some delicious oatmeal cookies but doesn't have a lot of time, they could find this video very, very interesting. And now I will let you guys know there's a lot of AI slop on YouTube right now, and this thing does capture that. And so not all of these videos will be, right for you. But say if we go a bit more specific, we go diet cookies, and now we could start seeing more and more ideas that can inspire us, right? So here's another one. There's another one. Now, a lot of these videos are not more than the amount of subs. But again, we just found one right here. Easy protein snack, crispy lentil crackers, quick recipe. And so now if you're a cooking channel, you could sort of watch this video and go, oh, they only have 1,000 subs, but they got 39,000 views. Fascinating. What is it about this video that I can sort of replicate? Is it the thumbnail? Maybe all of these successful videos, they tend to not have people in the thumbnail. So maybe I don't need to put myself in the thumbnail. Maybe I should just take a well-lit photo of my food, similar to this, right? And so now you have something to work off of. You have something to take inspiration from, as opposed to making it up as you go along. And you can get really, really specific. You can actually create whole lists of tracked channels. So for my personal channel, Savage Panda, I am tracking a whole lot of my competitors. And so I can go to filter. Let's just go and see if any of them have had a big outlier in the last week and see, what I get, right? It's like, oh, now this site is telling me what all of my competitors are doing well with in the past week, right? And so you can create your own lists of competing channels, and you have, filters here. You can filter by, outlier, by subscribers. And so I don't want to compete against people with 24 million subscribers. I want to compete against people around, say, 6,000 subscribers last month. And now I can go and have a look, right? It's like, oh, interesting. So what about, breakfast recipe? It would help if I could spell breakfast, but don't worry about that. It's like, oh, okay. So now if I'm a cooking channel, I have all of these videos that are from the last month. They're getting way more views than subscribers. Now I have something to take inspiration from. And you keep doing this after a while, and eventually you'll start to get a better understanding of what is actually working in your niche, what's not working, and you'll be able to actually start not just copying things, but actually start improvising on your own as you go along. And so you don't want to just randomly pick a topic that you're interested in. You need to make this about your audience as well, because they are the ones who have to choose to click on your video. They have to decide that it's actually worth their time and it's actually worth it for them to click on the video, right? And so, and YouTube will tell you, and you can find out what's actually working to make humans click on your videos by doing this and going through all of these different videos and looking, okay, what do they have for subscribers? What are their highest performing videos in the last month? Let me pay attention to titles, thumbnails, hooks, and see if I can start to replicate that. So now you have a bit of a strategy, very easy strategy, very simple strategy, but at least now you're not flying blind. And so now from this, we can actually move into building out our titles. I'm going to show you the fastest way to write your YouTube scripts that doesn't take hours of your time. And after making over 500 YouTube videos, I can definitely assure you this is the fastest way to do it. We're going to talk about what not to do, some cheat codes, and how to use AI correctly. Let's get started. First thing we got to talk about is writing it word for word. Guys, you will sound like a robot if you're reading a script word for word. It takes too long to write it word for word, and it's not necessary to get subscribers and views and watch time on YouTube. And it'll actually make it more difficult for you, because here's the thing. If you're new to this, people connect to genuineness and authenticity, and you want to be able to speak to people like they're your friend, make them feel at home in your channel. But if you're sitting there like this, today we're going to talk about making a script, and please like and subscribe. Like, nobody's going to want to stick around and listen to that. I had a professor once, okay? Let me tell you this story. I had a professor once in college, and the dude literally got up there, opened up a PDF file of the textbook, and proceeded to read through it and walk us through the textbook that we already had on the screen for an hour. It was, and he had a nice, deep, low, monotone, droning voice, so I couldn't actually understand what he was saying. So I just sat there in the lecture and stared at the PDF file of the textbook on the screen while this guy was mumbling his way through it for like an hour. Incredibly annoying, frustrating. You don't want your YouTube videos to be like that, okay? You want them to feel like they're your friend. Kind of like what we're doing right now. I'm just sitting here chilling, talking to you, okay? I have a list of bullet points that I want to get across to you. I'm looking right at you into the camera, and I'm helping you understand this. This is why it's very important to pick a niche that you actually know something about. Whether you're an expert in it or it's just something you're very enthusiastic about. This way, it's actually easy for you to just sort of talk your way through it and be honest and genuine and authentic with people. This will also make it a lot easier for you to be more confident on camera and to practice this going forward. Next, for writing a script, you want to make sure that you have the right environment. I cannot stress enough how important this is, okay? You want to remove distractions. You want to silence your phone, turn off all the notifications, and make sure that you're in the zone and you're in the pocket and you're focused. Also, having clarity on what you're doing. We'll get to that in a minute. You want to change your environment. I have multiple writing locations. I will go to the library. I will go to Starbucks. Sometimes I will write here in my room. Very rarely. Sometimes I'll go for a walk in the park and write there while listening to the waterfall. Okay? Changing up the locations helps reset your mind so that you can focus more. If you do an hour of work in one spot, your brain gets tired. But when you change the location, your brain thinks, oh, we're doing something else now. For whatever reason, it's less tired. And this works for me, like, a lot. And so having your favorite writing location, whether it's your favorite coffee shop or a nice bench by the river at a public park, something like that. The next thing that I layer on top of this is putting music in my ear, some sort of lo-fi or something without lyrics, something instrumental that can play in the background. It blocks out the noise and it helps your brain focus more, okay? I pair those two things together. It's a lot easier to write the script that way, okay? So you don't want to just be sitting down and staring at a blank page. The blank page is the absolute worst thing. Let me tell you, this is where I use AI. This is what I use AI for. AI is great for stopping you from having the blank page problem, because what you can do is you can go to YouTube, find other YouTubers in your niche, go to hit transcript, copy the transcript, give it to AI, and ask it for an outline. And now you have an outline from a video that's in your niche, probably with information that you two already want to do, and now you actually have something to edit. And no, I'm not telling you to just copy other people's YouTube scripts and do that. No, I'm saying you can take multiple videos from popular videos in your niche, take the transcripts, give them the ChatGPT, and create an outline for yourself to edit it so that it's actually easier for you to get to work. You're not staring at a blank page and just like, oh, I don't know what to write. I don't know what to write. I don't know what to write, right? You can actually have something to edit and be like, oh, I don't like that part. Get rid of this. Oh, that gives me an idea. And then you fill that part in. And that just makes it so much easier to get the ball rolling. The second thing I want to share with you, well, it's not the second thing. It's like third or fifth. I'm not keeping track. Pay attention. The next thing I want to share with you is writing in layers. This helps me so much, and this is paired with writing poorly. Writing in layers is so useful because instead of starting at the top and trying to get it perfect at the first run, you actually write garbage really fast. In this video, blah, 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 and you just spit out whatever comes to your mind. It's trash, don't worry. You can fix it. But you write out something that's garbage, and now you have something to edit. And then you do another pass, and eventually your mind will go, oh, I remember I want to write about this, and you'll write a whole paragraph about something. And as you keep doing pass over pass over pass, this allows your brain to reset when you're writing. It's, as soon as you feel like you're stuck on one line and you can't figure out what to write, give your brain a break and write out something else. Move down to the next line and edit it or write something new, and then circle back and go through, because the time that you're writing out the rest of it, your brain is still working on the idea subconsciously. And by the time you get back down to the part that you were stuck on, your brain will probably have something for that. And it'll have inspiration just by giving your brain a break from that particular line and moving on to the other parts of the script. You can actually use inspiration to your advantage. Just give it a little bit of a break. Let your subconscious mind work on it. Go through the rest of it. And as you're working your way through it, another line will give you inspiration. You go, oh, that's what I want to write. And then you can jump to the other part of the script and fill that out and keep writing in layers until eventually you actually have a pretty decent script all lined up. And remember, you don't want to write it out word for word. You write out an outline with important points that you can sort of look at and read through and go through, exactly like what I'm doing right now. This makes it so much easier to get your script done. It'll also make it easier for you to film your videos. Now, last thing I want to share with you on this is using the 5-second rule. When you sit down to write, you want to get into it as quickly as possible, because once you have momentum, it's easier. But a lot of times, just getting started is the hardest part. So I always just use the 5-second rule. You can tell yourself, hey, I'm going to work on this for just 5 minutes, and then I'm going to go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and I just start writing garbage. I write a garbage line and a garbage line and a garbage line, and that's what works for me. It's fast, it's easy, and it's way better than just sitting there with a blank page and going, okay, let me just write all of this out word for word in all one time. That used to take me hours. Now I can get my scripts done in like 30 minutes. And because I practice a lot speaking on camera, I'm able to just go through the outline and go, oh, don't remember, I want to talk about that. Okay. And then I could just give it to you guys this way, right? If you guys are looking for script templates that you can use, I actually have them as bonus features in the link below in my new course. You can check it out in the link below. As a bonus, I'm actually going to give you several script templates that you can use so that you don't have to start from scratch, and you can actually just start inserting your ideas very quickly. Check the link in the description. I hope to see you guys there. Now, when it comes to titles, you really should not be leaving it to the end to just make up a title after you've made the video. Your scripting process starts with coming up with a title, locking it in, and getting it right so that when you're writing your script, you can write your hook to let people know that they're in the right place, and then you can write your script to fulfill the promise of the title in the hook. You can't really do that unless you actually have a good hook and a good title. So having a good title is actually the first step of the script writing process. Now, let's get into it. So, titles. Here, we're going to go through what not to do. If you have no clear benefit for the viewer, they should instantly understand why they should click. And so a lot of times people just make these very mundane titles. Another thing that they do is they just overstuff it with keywords, make it sound completely robotic. It's not even human. It's not even interesting. Very, very, very boring. You don't want to bore people right off the bat. People need to be interested in order to click on your video. And also, too many ideas. Titles with and. If you have too many things going on in your title, it can be confusing, and usually stick to just one subject. Also, too long. People are impatient, and they don't take time to read things on YouTube while they are scrolling. And so, if the title's too long, harder to read, harder to process. Making it too boring, you don't do any curiosity, no emotional pull. Don't worry, I'm going to show you how to do that. Or too clever or vague. Honestly, stop trying to be clever and just copy what is already shown to work. You don't want to be, special or reinvent the wheel. Just copy what already works. All right? Another thing that you don't want to do is just repeat the thumbnail in the title. Okay? That is wasted space. Okay? The 3 words that you have in your thumbnail, that's more stuff that you can take advantage of to create a curiosity gap, which we'll go into in a second. So don't just copy what's in the title for the thumbnail, or copy what's in the thumbnail for the title. And you also don't just want to copy competitors word for word. You want to actually copy the model and the ideas and the way that they structure it, but just writing titles down word for word, I haven't seen that to be super effective. And as we said before, last minute title writing, not a good idea, not super effective. Using boring words. Here's an example. How to film YouTube videos versus how to film cinematic videos like a pro, right? You want to have these words that have power words and create more curiosity, which is the curiosity gap. The curiosity gap is basically what makes people want to click on your video. You can do this with your thumbnail and your title. You don't want to have just the exact same words in your thumbnail. You want to be able to ask a question. You want them to see something and think, am I going to be surprised by this? Or the answer will shock you. Or you want them to have this emotion where it's like, that's weird. What is this? What's going on here? And so you don't want to just write random titles. You want to write titles that help create this gap. So there's 4 types of power words that you can insert into your titles. You have totality. So an example would be ultimate, complete, all. You have authority, pro, expert, master, urgency, and exclusivity. Hidden, it's a secret, or before it's gone. And so what you can do is you can go to your niche on YouTube and start scanning through all of the most popular videos and look for power words that are most recurring, and then start inserting those into your titles because you want to copy what works. Here's a couple title templates that you can use. So get your pen and paper and write these down or type them into your doc or whatever, because this is a great starting point so that you don't have to start from scratch. Titles such as do this strategy/trick to achieve goal. You always want to have this contrast between the dream outcome, like what are people's desires? What do they want? And how are you going to help them get there? So do this secret diet hack to lose 20 pounds in 3 months, right? Like something like that. That's interesting. It's a secret, it's a hack, it's a diet, and you will achieve the end goal, which is losing 20 pounds in 30 months. Or how to achieve goal without pain point, right? People are always trying to move towards desire and pleasure and avoid pain. And so if you can create a duality in your title and give them both, that would be a lot more interesting, right? And of course you can have the secrets to achieve goal, or why common belief is wrong and what to do instead. Expert authority reveals how to achieve goal. And this is another thing that you can do which is called authority hacking. If there are very, very popular authors or podcasters in your niche, what you could do is you could take their face and put it in the thumbnail and say something like so-and-so's secrets to achieving goal, right? Because if nobody knows your face, one of the things you can do is you can authority hack. Take people with authority in your niche, in your genre, and put their faces in the thumbnails and use their quotes and their instructions as a jumping on point for you to give the rest of your presentation and the rest of the knowledge that you want to share in your video. All right, so one of the other, and also there's the EIC strategy, which is emotion, desire, curiosity. You can make them feel something, you want to target their interest or create a bit of curiosity. So to give you a couple of plug and play examples for this, you have emotion plus curiosity. And so you see a lot of these videos, but this shocking thing will change how you do XYZ, right? Or stop doing this if you want to achieve goal or whatever, right? So whatever your niche is, you can use these emotions and curiosity. So these are just a couple of templates that you can use to start out with, and write all of these down. This way you're not actually starting from scratch, right? You can also use fear titles like the big mistake that's stopping your growth. Stop doing this if you want more views, or something like that. 7 YouTube mistakes you're probably making. People don't want to make mistakes. And so again, you can see power words here: stop, mistake, get more views, growth, big mistake. You know, you have the desire and the goal of the audience, and then a big mistake they're making. It's like, oh, well, I want the goal. I don't want to make these mistakes. I should probably click on the video to make sure I'm not making these mistakes. That's how these titles work. And so copy these down and make sure, you know, pause the video if you want to, copy these down, write them down, and then start using them in your videos. Again, more examples, curiosity titles. An example could be something like, nobody talks about this YouTube growth hack, or nobody talks about this XYZ hack. The shocking truth about, you know, popular topics. So you can apply this to almost any of your niches, right? Whatever niche you're in, you can do the shocking truth about weight loss, the shocking truth about the keto diet that nobody told you, or something like that, right? I tried weird strategy and this happened. So it's like, I tried taking cold showers for a month and this happened, or something like that. And you could potentially do a before and after photo in your thumbnail or something like that. Again, more titles for you to copy down. Desire titles. The fastest way to get 1,000 subscribers in 2024. Right? Turn your small channel into a money-making machine. This simple trick will double your views. And again, you could swap out the subjects here for whatever you want in your niche. But again, money-making machine. People want money, right? The fastest way to get goal in 2025, right? This simple trick will XYZ, desired goal, right? And so you can help people reach their desires and their goals with the fastest way to get to the goal, or this simple trick will get you XYZ, right? And so again, we're playing on people's emotions. We use desire to make them click so that they want to see. So I'm going to show you guys a couple examples for what I use. This is a channel that I run with my uncle. And right away you can see the curiosity gap that's here. My uncle is a country singer. And so you have country artist reacts to Last Resort by Falling in Reverse. So we have the band name, the song name, country artist reacts. But this is not a country song. And the question, it's best singer question mark, right? And this video did very, very well for him compared to his other videos. But you see the curiosity gap. Oh, a country singer. Well, this artist is heavy metal. Is this country singer going to love this song? Question mark. It's a question. And so people who like this band are going to be curious as to whether or not this country singer is also going to like the band or not. This is how I created the curiosity gap. to get him a whole bunch of views. And the watch time on this video was very good as well. Again, another successful video that I created for him, one of the best one. First time hearing electric callboy, electric elevator operator, country artist reacts. And so you can see how, again, a new song came out, it was trendy, and it creates this curiosity gap because, again, the band is not a country band. And so is this country artist going to enjoy this band or not? Maybe, maybe not. I'm curious. I want to click and see if he's going to love it or hate it. So you create the curiosity gap with the idea that someone who is a country singer is now going to be reacting to a heavy metal punk band. And you want to see if they like it or not, especially if you like Electric Callboy. Another one that I did on one of my other channels was, a more political idea. Joe Rogan regrets voting for Trump, ? He's sorry. And again, we have Joe Rogan. I'm using authority hacking here. You have me being somewhat surprised. And Joe Rogan in the thumbnail. Joe Rogan in the thumbnail and David Pakman. David Pakman's very popular left-wing YouTuber. Joe Rogan is not left-wing. He's basically right-wing at this point, somewhat, depending on where you're standing. And so you have these two conflicting, very popular people in the title, so they're not just relying on my face in order to get people curious, right? And so this is a very curiosity-invoking title. Like, is he sorry? Is he not? I play some clips. I look at what David Pakman says. I look at what Joe Rogan says. People who are interested in politics are going to be interested in clicking on this video. And they did. Another one of my favorites is an example of how to change your life so fast it feels illegal. Again, you have the very clear desire. Change your life fast. People don't want to wait. People want things now. People want better lives right now. And so you have without pain. I don't want to wait. And so if it's so fast it feels illegal, that means I'm going to get what I want without going through this pain. I should probably click on this video to see how I can change my life. And so that, in a nutshell, is more or less what we're doing with titles. We're using emotions, interest, curiosity, and different power words to invoke a question in their minds and make them desire to see what's on the other side of the thumbnail and the title. And that, my friends, is basically the gist of how you make your titles. Now, I just gave you a whole bunch of title templates, but there's something else even cooler that you can do nowadays. And so you can actually make your own templates based on the channels that you want to emulate. So we're going to use Ruslan's channel as an example. So here's what you're going to do. You're going to say, if you have a channel that you are trying to copy and emulate and be like, let's go to one of his more popular videos. Now, right click, copy link address. We're going to go to getyoutubethumbnail.com. There are other sites for sure. Get YouTube thumbnail, right? And so now I'm going to copy this image, go to ChatGPT. Now you can download this or you can screenshot it. I'm just going to screenshot it to make it easy. But you take a screenshot of the thumbnail, you upload it to ChatGPT, and then what you do is you're going to click on the video, and you're going to take the title, copy the title, and give the title to ChatGPT. And then you're going to give it instructions. I want you to create a template that I can use to emulate these titles and thumbnails. Make sure to tell me how to create similar curiosity gaps with the words in the thumbnail versus the words in the title. Make it plug and play so I can reuse it. All right. I can zoom in for you guys so you can see this. Now, you could take a lot more time and build this out. And the cool thing with ChatGPT is it's super smart, so you don't actually have to be good at spelling. And so now you gave ChatGPT the title, the thumbnail, and instructions to tell it, hey, I want you to give me a template and a blueprint that I can copy based off of this channel. And now here we go. Now, the cool thing about this is you can be as in-depth as you want. You can take 50 titles and 50 thumbnails from all of the different channels that you want to emulate, and you can give them to ChatGPT, and it will give you rules. Keep it clear, searchable, contextual, include names people recognize for click-through rates, such as Schultz, Rogan, or Tate. Don't give away the emotional, shocking moment. Save that for the thumbnail. A thumbnail design template. 3 faces max, person being confronted, Jesus center as focal point, often the shock image, speaker or host, right? And so, quote or trigger phrase in bold yellow / white text. You're wrong. Who is this? That's insane. He died for you, blah, blah, blah. Right? And so, think about how much more in-depth this would be for you if you actually took the time to go through all of your favorite channels, all of your favorite YouTube channels that you want to emulate and you want to be like, and you took their top performing videos and did exactly what I did just now. Screenshot the thumbnail, give each thumbnail to ChatGPT, and then give ChatGPT the title and let it compare and contrast the words in the thumbnail with the way that the title's structured. Give it 50 or so examples and ask it to make you a template. This is going to be so much easier for you than just making it up on the fly after you have, made the video. And you can combine this with all of the market research that I just showed you, right? So that's how we do titles. And now we're talking about hooks. Let's get into that. So hooks and scripting. So what's a hook? It's not just the first thing that you say. It's actually the reason anyone will watch past 10 seconds. You must give people a reason. If the title and thumbnail open your curiosity loop, your hook's job is to close the deal without giving the full payoff. You need to sell the transformation, you sell the intrigue, you make them lean in. And so I don't want to hear anything about, oh, hi guys, welcome back to the channel. I was doing this and I was doing that. It's like boring, gone, I'm out of here, I'm not watching. You can't afford to do that in today's YouTube landscape. All right, like people have very, very short attention spans. You need to sell them on the intrigue. Whatever curiosity gap that you have successfully created with your thumbnail and your title, you need to sell them on that is actually going to happen for them in the next 10 to 30 seconds, or else they'll leave. And so don't do this whole, hey guys, welcome back to the channel. My name is so-and-so, and I gotta do this, and we could do that, and I've got my little cup of coffee. Before we get into the video, make sure you like and subscribe, and blah, blah, blah. And I was reading your comments, and like, no, screw that. You need to make them believe and understand, because nobody cares about you. That's the thing a lot of new YouTubers don't understand. No one cares about you. No one cares. You need to give the audience what they want first. Then they will care. All right, so let's get into how to do that. All right, I got a very simple formula for you guys to start following. Promise, proof, process. This is what I'm currently use. You can use it for any video and product. The promise is basically, tell me what I'll get if I stay. Make it clear and desirable. The proof, show me why I should trust you. Just enough to shut down skepticism. And then you're going to set the stage for how you're going to show me. Don't reveal everything, just enough to tease. Core ideas. Let's go through some examples. You can have a high stakes promise. So for example, it's the only offer framework I use to scale my 3K per month to 300K per month, right? You can have a status disruption. Most people try to build brands, that's dumb, hear what I do instead, or something like that, right? You can have contrarian intrigue. Cold calling is the most expensive lead gen method you could possibly use, but not for the reason you think. It's like, what? Why? Right? And so, common mistakes, as I've already said, you start soft. You don't want to start soft. You also don't want to reveal too much because you want to dangle the benefit. You don't want to dump it right away because then people will be like, oh, I got the benefit. Hooray, I can move on. Right? And so if you just dump all the value right away, people aren't going to stick around. And so you don't want to reveal too much. You just want to dangle it a little bit. And also, don't try to sound smart. It's not about you. It's about them. Get to the point. Again, emphasis on nobody cares about you. You need to give them what they want before they care about you. So all the personal stuff, save that for the end or the middle. Don't waste your beginning doing that. All right? So here's some key questions you can ask yourself when you are writing your hook. Now, what is the transformation? After this video, what will they be able to do, feel, or know that's actually worth it? What is the tension? What are they currently doing wrong that this will fix? What's the proof? Not credentials, results. Screenshots, stories, and stats. You want to prove that you can actually help them. And what's the curiosity gap? Give them the promise without the how. You have promise, proof, and plan. You're going to promise them what they're going to get out of the video. Create a curiosity gap with the title thumbnail. Promise that you're going to deliver on that. Give proof that you actually can deliver. And so if you're an educational content creator, give proof that you've actually achieved the end goal. If you're in entertainment, give proof that you're actually going to show them what you showed them in the thumbnail. Show proof that you actually have the interesting thing that's actually coming later in the video. And then give them the plan, which is, in this video, I'm going to reveal to you these specific steps, but don't give everything right away because then there's no reason for them to stay. So you want to dangle it with the plan. That's how we do that, all right? So these are the key questions you want to ask yourself when writing your hook. Now let's get to some template ideas. I used to struggle painfully. Now I brackets crush it. Here's what flipped everything, right? And so whatever you're trying to fix, I used to struggle with XYZ, but now I get XYZ results. Another thing you can do is most creators believe XYZ, but here's why that's killing your growth. Again, you can be contrarian. Or you could do this ugly / unpopular tactic made me 100K last month and no one's talking about it. You can do something like that. Most people are not going to watch your whole video, so that means your hook should be repeated at least twice. Open the loop, remind them what the payoff is, and then close the loop. It's not redundant, it is reinforcement. So, here's another checklist that you can use. Does it make a big promise? Does it immediately shut down doubt? Does it tease how without revealing how? Would you stick around to see the end? So let's go through some examples. So for example, in entertainment, a hook can be promise, stakes to mystery. What's the outrageous situation or emotional roller coaster? What could go wrong? What's the potential cost? Mystery, tease an unexpected twist or payoff. I challenged a billionaire to a hide and seek game. Loser gives away 100K, right? So you want to have stakes, mystery, promise. And so for intrigue, you could have claim, intrigue, unveil. You could drop a spicy opinion or a shocking truth, tease something hidden, rare, or unbelievable. And then in the unveil, you can hint you'll reveal proof or new info later. So again, dangling a little bit of a tease as you go. Cooking or DIY. You have result, curiosity, simplicity. You can show the end result immediately, make them wonder how you got there, and reassure them that they can do it, right? And so different genres, you can do this in different ways, But ultimately, the core ideas are there in its curiosity and proof. You need to make them want to stick around. You need to promise what's actually going to happen and making it intriguing. You need to prove that you can actually deliver. And then give them a bit of a roadmap as to what to expect next. Another one, fitness and lifestyle. Here's a crazy result I got. So you can do transformation, skepticism, and no, it's not what you think. Path, I'll show you how I did it, right? Very, very simple, very, very clean. This can be very, very effective as well because you have proof now, right? In the transformation, you've proven that you've gotten specific results, and then you've created intrigue by saying, no, it's not the typical method that you're thinking of. And then you can say, in this video, I'm going to give you a step-by-step breakdown of how it actually works, right? And so that's basically the gist of hooks. And again, as I showed you with titles, what you can actually do is you can go to YouTube, find your favorite YouTubers that have really, really good hooks, and you can actually go to the transcript section, copy the transcript, give it to ChatGPT, and ask ChatGPT to give you a plug-and-play template that you can use to get started so you don't have to write this stuff from scratch. Now, let's get into how do I actually write my hooks on a daily basis and how do I actually get them done in a decent amount of time? Because I know that's something that a lot of you struggle with. It's how to actually write your scripts in a way that doesn't take you a ridiculous amount of time. So I'm going to show you the fastest way, and let's just get straight into it. So I'm going to cover 3 things for you. Biggest mistake most YouTubers make. I'm going to cover some cheat codes, and I'm going to show you how to use AI properly. Okay, and so number 1, first thing you have to do is do not script your scripts word for word. That is a massive waste of time. Do not script your videos word for word. Now, if we did what I've already told you to do earlier in this video, which is pick a niche that you actually know something about or something that is opinion oriented so that you don't have to do a lot of fact checking or research because it's just your opinion, then you can just riff and you don't have to script everything word for word. Now, I know a lot of people, you need to script it word for word because it's very, very difficult for you, and I get that, but you want to start moving towards, with practice, just using an outline. You will save yourself so much time, and you'll actually come across as way more genuine. Like right now, I'm reading an outline. None of this is scripted. It's scripted in that I have an outline of bullet points of the main things that I want to share with you. But the words I'm speaking right now, they're not scripted. I'm staring straight into the camera, right? I'm not reading a script. There's no teleprompter here. I'm too cheap for that, right? And so you can see that I'm looking at bullet points right now. And so and it's something that you can practice, right? I've done this like 500 times at this point. So of course it's easier, but you want to start pushing yourself to get to a point where you can just practice this on camera a lot of times and just be more genuine and more honest. Now, if there's a really, really important thing that you want to say and you want to get it right, of course you can read it out word for word. You can even make a joke and bring people on the inside joke and be like, yeah, guys, normally I'm just talking to you guys, but this is really important, so I'm actually going to read it word for word so I don't mess it up, right? Like, you could just be really, really chill and just be like, and just don't be insecure about it, right? And just be like, hey, guys, I'm still new to this, so if there's something important I want to tell you guys, I'm just going to read it off a script to make sure that I get it right for your benefit, right? Something like that. And if you mess up, you could just say, hold on, excuse me, one sec. What I mean to say is, and we're going to get to this later in the video. We're going to have a whole section on camera confidence, so don't worry about that. But I'm going to teach you more about this later, but ultimately, this is the fastest and easiest way. If you're going to write a 10-minute video, word for word, that's going to take you a long time. If you're working a full-time job and doing this and that, maybe you have kids, or maybe you're just really, really hard working, like that could take up your entire week to get a word for word script right. Whereas if you just go thought for thought and speak from the heart and accept that it's going to be a little bit challenging in the beginning and just say, hey guys, I'm new to this and I'm going to get better as I keep going, but I want to give this to you because it's important, then you can just be honest and just go for it, right? And so bullet points makes a huge, huge difference. Going thought for thought, not word for word. And besides, being robotic is the worst. If you're reading a script word for word, chances are it's not going to sound great. It takes a lot of talent and practice to actually read a script word for word and make it sound natural. All right, chances are you're not going to do that, and your monotone, robotic voice will actually drive viewers away. Whereas if you just accept that you're going to be a little awkward and just say that that's fine, the genuineness will probably attract more people to you. And so that's going to work in your behalf as well. And so now, when it comes to actually writing it, here's what we got to do. Environment. Environment is important. You want to have different environments where you can go that are for writing. And you could train your brain to get into the zone. Another thing I like to do for environment is I like to go to Starbucks and put music in my ears so that, like lo-fi or funk or something, so that my brain has, some kind of focused music. Not music with lyrics, because that's usually distracting. But if you have lo-fi music, that's really, really helpful. Change your environment. Isolate yourself with just your writing tools. Close all of the tabs. You don't need to have all of these different tabs open unless you're doing like really in-depth research, in which case that's fine. But when it comes to actually writing things out, you want to isolate yourself. Put some music in your ears, remove all distractions, turn your phone off, put it on no disturb mode, put it on do not disturb mode, and just get to work and keep writing. And you'll find that you get into the flow state. But you're going to have some difficulty starting at first because it's the blank page, right? One of the things that you can do for getting rid of the blank page problem is use AI. If you have an idea of what you want, you can just write out a couple bullet points of what you want to say, give it to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT to say, hey, look, give me a bit of an outline that I can insert my ideas into so that I'm not starting from scratch, right? Another thing you can do, if your topic is something that a lot of other YouTubers have already done, what you can do, go to YouTube, go to those videos, copy the transcripts, give all the transcripts to ChatGPT, and then tell ChatGPT to outline all the information for you, consolidate repeating facts, make it an outline so that I can edit it very easily. And boom, you've taken like 5 different YouTube videos on the exact same topic. You smashed it all together, and ChatGPT now gives you a whole outline of all the information that other YouTubers are giving. And now you have something to edit. So it's actually a lot easier to get started. You don't want to just copy everything word for word and read from a ChatGPT script because that probably wouldn't be very, very genuine, but it gives you something to work off of instead of starting from scratch. I never, ever, ever start from scratch with my scripts. I always immediately find a YouTuber who's already talked about this topic, go to show transcript, copy the transcript, give it to ChatGPT and say, hey, make me an outline for a video based on this, keep all the information, and boom, there's an outline. And then I can go in and change things around and make it my own. I don't have to start from scratch. And so that is definitely one of the fastest way to get over the hump of the blank page. And another thing that you can use is the 5-second rule. If you know what you have to do, write down the next task and say, I'm going to go to YouTube and open up a particular video, copy the transcript, give it to ChatGPT in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You count down from 5 and you just go. Eventually, your brain will get enough practice to start automating the process. I now write in a single morning what it used to take me 2 weeks to write. And that's just from pushing myself. Every time I get distracted, take a deep breath, return to the work. I put my phone down, I get the music back in my ears, and I go, okay, what's next? Oh, I need to write this part. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Back into the work, just for 5 minutes. And combine that with what I'm about to tell you next. It's very, very important. The layer method is what I want to share with you. You don't try to write everything perfectly as you go. And so that would be like trying to get the hook ready, getting everything almost perfect as you go down, and just writing it right, getting it perfect right away. That never works for me. Don't do that. Instead, you want to write garbage and write in layers. And so if you get ChatGPT to give you the outline, or you make the outline first and then you give the outline to ChatGPT, then give it the transcripts and have it populate the outline for you, you can do that. And then you write in layers. And so you make small changes as you go. And so you write your hook. I want to do this, and in this video I'm going to show you this, and here's my proof that I know what I'm doing. Number 1, point 2, tip 3, and you write in layers. You write it badly the first time, get it all the way down to the end so that you have something there to edit. And then you do passes, right? And so instead of trying to get it all done very, very quickly, very, very slowly, your brain just gets blocked. And it's like, I don't know what to write, and I'm so afraid of writing something bad. The unlock is to actually write bad stuff and just go, here's a line, here's a line, here's a line, here's a line. Oh, don't forget to write about this. Don't forget that. You make it all the way to the bottom, and now it's complete. It's trash, but it's complete. Now you go right back to the top, and you make it slightly better, slightly better, slightly better, all the way down again. Keep going, slightly better. Grab information, put it in, slightly better. Take this part, move it up here, slightly better, slightly better. You do multiple passes. This allows you to reset each time. Okay, I just made a pass, take a deep breath, and now I can start again, right? Instead of trying to get it right perfectly the first time, and you're just like, oh, I don't know how to make it right. What you'll find is when you're making passes over it really, really quickly, your brain actually generates more ideas, because you'll work on your hook and then work all the way down and then grab a quote and put it in, and then that'll spark an idea, and then you'll go back up and fix your hook, and then you'll do another pass. You'll get an idea for this part, and so you'll go there and fix that part, and you'll find that the script, the outline, actually materializes a lot faster when you start by just writing random stuff that comes to mind and slowly tweaking it in layers. Right? So don't just start at the beginning and try to get it all right all the way down. That'll take you forever. You work in layers, gets done a lot faster, and I'll be honest, it's a lot more fun. It's a lot more fun. What else do I want to do? Oh yeah, I already said that. Okay, so, and guys, honestly, that is essentially what I do for my scripts. I use Google Docs. Sometimes I use Trello, depending on what it is, but normally, if I know it's a topic that other people have already talked about, I'm going to go find those YouTube videos. I'm going to take the transcript. I'm going to take like 5 minutes to write an outline of what I want to say. I'm going to give that outline to ChatGPT, and then tell ChatGPT, hey, here's the outline. I'm going to give you a bunch of transcripts from other YouTube videos. Take the information from those videos and use it to populate the outline that I gave you. Boom, outline. And then I just do a couple passes over it, add my personality to it, remove the stuff that's not genuine, remove the stuff that I actually don't believe in or don't want to talk about, fix things up. Spend way more time than usual on my hook to make sure that I got proper intrigue, proper delivery, proper curiosity, make sure everything actually hits those notes. That's about it. I don't do word for word. I just do thought for thought bullet points so that when I'm performing for the camera, I can just check really quick and give it to you guys. And honestly, that's it. You will have a much better go of it if you just stick to that method as opposed to, trying to write everything out word for word, starting from scratch. And yeah, that'll take you forever and you won't get your video done. But if you're stressed for time, you gotta hack. You gotta do things a little bit more unconventionally. You gotta get it 80% the way there so that you can actually get a video out during the week. Are you tired of being underwhelmed by your thumbnails and your ability to make them? Is your background not good enough for a YouTube thumbnail? Well, fear not, because I'm going to show you how to turn this terrible background photo into an actually serviceable thumbnail that can actually work for your channel, and you can be able to do it in under 30 minutes. Now, this video is just for beginners, but if you're looking for more advanced thumbnail techniques, not only have I created a whole course on how to do YouTube from start to finish, but I have also created as a bonus advanced thumbnail design and strategy. This is the first one that I will be teaching you guys, and it just got 2,400 views in the first 24 hours on my uncle's channel and about almost 200 hours worth of watch time. This thumbnail is definitely a winner. It definitely works, and I'll be teaching it to you guys. Click the link in the description. Now I'm going to walk you through how to make your thumbnails. Before I get to the tutorial, I need to show you some theory. So get your pen and papers out. This is what you're going to want to write down. Now, thumbnails matter because if nobody clicks on your video, it doesn't matter how good the editing is, and nothing matters except getting people to click on your video. And so you should not be spending hours and hours and hours editing your video and working on the setup and the lights if you don't spend hours and hours and hours and hours working on your thumbnail. All right, your thumbnail is the most important part, because if nobody clicks on it, none of the other work will matter, right? And so you need to have a good topic idea, a good thumbnail, good title, and a good hook before you even get to editing, right? And so that is why thumbnails matter, okay? It determines 50%, at least maybe even 100% of your video's success, all right? And so we need to make sure that we're making these in a very specific way so that they compel people to click. All right, so you should be making these first. There is no reason for you to make a whole video and do a whole bunch of editing if you haven't even made a good thumbnail and you're not sure if people are actually going to click on the video or not. Always choose a good topic, make a good thumbnail and a good title first, and then you can make a good video. But first, we need to talk a little bit about the curiosity gap. I think I mentioned that a little bit already in titles, but basically, you need to create some tension for the viewers and how they become curious and want to click on your video, right? People are always clicking on videos to get satisfied for something, right? And so you need to give them a promise. And so you should never just put what's in the title in the thumbnail, because, well, that's wasted space, right? You always want to use the thumbnail space to say extra words that can sort of create more of a curiosity gap and a more compelling question. There's always a question in someone's mind, or a promise. Okay? You promise them that if they click on this video, they're going to see whatever's in your thumbnail, or they're going to be told a story, or they're going to get a specific result. Especially with, high converting thumbnails, you have, moment. You're either promising them a moment, a story, results, or a transformation, right? And so write these down and decide for yourself, what kind of thumbnail are you going to make? Are you promising them results? Are you going to tell them a story? Is this going to be transformational? Like, what is it, right? And so, because these are the core areas that will compel people to click. One sec. Another one is novelty thumbnails. You want to show them something new or unusual. These are things that you can use to make better thumbnails. And you want to make sure that you actually have like some sort of idea of these, like what purpose does your thumbnail actually serve, so that you can make sure that you're actually targeting your specific audience. All right. And so our brain constantly filters out noise. And so you need to use a couple of things to make sure to stop people from scrolling, because a lot of people, they just watch YouTube on their phones nowadays. And so it's a couple of things that you can do to stop scrolling. Faces work really, really well, especially with famous faces. And so if there are very popular people in your niche, you can do something what's called authority hacking and put a very famous face in your thumbnail and maybe create a curiosity gap, such as so-and-so's method exposed, or critiquing so-and-so's ideas, or something like that. And again, this also filters into familiarity bias. If there's celebrities or people that everyone already knows in your niche, definitely find a way to incorporate that into the thumbnail, and that can be the angle from which you approach the actual topic, right? You don't have to just change the whole topic of your video and orient it around it. But if someone famous has spoken on this particular topic that you're trying to share with your video, you can use their face and a question of whether or not they're right or wrong or something like that as a jumping on point to then say what you want to say, right? Big numbers, and so, especially for stories, or this would apply to the stock market or the crypto market or things like that. People want to see big numbers, and of course you have motion and action. You can see this in Mr. Beast thumbnails a lot. And then of course there's emotion, and of course you want to have good color and novelty. And so these are things that you can use to stop people from scrolling. You want good color, you want faces, you want motion, action, novelty. You don't have to have all of them, but you definitely want to make sure you're having some of them in your thumbnails. And so let's go through the basics of designs. I see a lot of really bad thumbnails. And so you want to make sure that you have the content. You either have main characters, supporting elements, but you only want to include what's necessary. Do not put emojis in your thumbnails. Don't put more than 4 or 5 words, generally speaking. You want to have the main character. So if it's you, or it's your face, or if it's the result that you're getting, or if it's the thing that's in motion that will indicate to them that they're going to see some kind of story. Like in a Mr. Beast thumbnail, he'll have a face, but he'll be pointing to like a train going towards a pit. That tells a story. This train is moving towards a pit, and I want to see what happens next, right? And so you want to have the main content of what's in the image, but also composition. You want to use the rule of thirds. Make sure that all of the main elements at left, right, or center take up like a third of the frame. You don't want everything just crowded and jumbled all over the place, right? Make sure there's symmetry. Make sure it has like some kind of appeal to it. You want to use leading lines such as arms, road, arrows. You can point to particular subjects. And so if someone is doing something in the video, you can have an arrow pointing to them. Lines that guide your eyes towards the subject. Also be mindful of the bottom right corner, because there's going to be like a little timestamp there. So that part of your thumbnail won't be seen. So I typically won't put anything important down there. It'll just be like this part of my chest. And of course, make sure it's balanced. You don't want everything crowded to one side and just a whole bunch of blank space on like the left side, for example. Make sure that you have good contrast. Like, make sure that the things that you actually want to stand out actually stand out. And so if your face is the most important part of the thumbnail, make sure your face is actually the brightest part and has the most contrast. You don't want the background to stand out more than your face, because people's eyes are going to be drawn to the wall behind you instead of your face. And so make sure you light your face and have a good, use saturation, hue, and contrast, but make sure that it's the most important part that's actually standing out. You don't want your face to be, sort of sunken and darkened with low saturation and then just have a bright background image. Like, that's not going to work. You want to do the opposite. You want to darken the background, have your face be brighter in that sense. Some rules for text and font. You should only include text if it adds like something new or important. Keep it under 5 words. For the most part, there are some YouTubers that can break this rule, but generally speaking, try to keep it under 5 rules. Do not duplicate the title. Say something new, because that's just wasted space, right? You want to use the 5 words in your thumbnail to play off of the title to create a larger curiosity gap. And over time, you'll develop a consistent tone and brand, but you don't have to worry about that right away. You can experiment a little bit, but you do want it to start matching over time. And so there's different types that you can have. You can have a collage, so like items, images arranged to create intrigue. So like 1, 2, 3, like maybe 3 different food recipes. Especially if you're like a cooking channel, you can have a showcase, highlight just one main item. If you want split frame, single action of movement, and a reaction. A lot of reaction YouTubers will just have their face making an expression, and then the item that they're reacting to, and then 3 words that describe what they're feeling that plays off of the title. Right? And so a split frame, for example, would be something that you can use in the fitness niche, where your before and after photos, say, of your clients or something like that. A single action of movement could be something like a Mr. Beast thumbnail, where just one item is doing something, like it's him in a cave, or it's a train going towards a hole, right? And so another thing that you can do is match the thumbnail to the video payoff. When you're building out your hook, you want to make sure that you let people know that they're in the right place and what they saw in the thumbnail is actually in the video. This can be as simple as your face being the first thing that they see, or if you promise a headstand in the video, if you have a thumbnail with you doing a headstand and it's going to be like how to do a headstand, the first frame of your video should probably be you doing a headstand and then going into talking about it, right? Just so that they can visually see and understand that, yes, I am in the right place and I am going to learn how to do a headstand, right? And so you can use this idea for whatever your video is about. If you're a gardening channel and you have a very particular special kind of plant, make sure you show that in your hook, so that at least they understand that they're in the right place. And of course, nowadays, you can create 3 different types of thumbnails and split test them. So make sure you do that. It's a feature on YouTube that you can use to increase the likelihood that your thumbnail actually works. And also you get to learn what works, right? So if you're new, create 3 different types of thumbnails that you think will work and wait and see what the algorithm tells you works the best, and then use that as a learning moment and take notes on the thumbnail that actually worked the best and just start replicating that more and more. And that's how you'll eventually have your own personal style as well. And it'll actually be based on what's actually demonstrated to work on YouTube. Of course, make sure you monitor your click-through rate to make sure that you're actually, like how often people are clicking, right? Click-through rate is basically, it's the percentage of people who view the thumbnail, how many of them actually click on it. You'll always want that to be as high as possible. And of course, a couple of quality tests you can do. What I like doing, especially, is when I'm in Photoshop, you zoom out and make it very, very small. Excuse me. You zoom out and make it very, very small. That way you can test to see if it's clear when you're scrolling through it on your phone, right? Because most people are going to watch it here on their phone, right? And so when you're in Photoshop, get the little magnifying glass icon and hit the minus button and zoom out, make it really, really small, and test for yourself to see if you can actually still understand what's going on. There's a contrast test. It basically, does the most important part stand out? Make sure you're always looking at your thumbnail when it's smaller so that you can actually check, if I just take a glance at it, can I understand what it's clearly about, right? And these are all tests you can do in Photoshop before you export it. All right, guys, now let's actually make the thumbnail, all right? So I'm gonna go to New File, and in YouTube, the thumbnails are 12 by 80, 720. So I've already had this created, but if you don't have it, you'll be able to go over here with the preset details and hit 1280, 720, and you could just set it to a white background because we're going to be bringing in our own photos, right? So we're going to go to create. Now, as we've seen, I've already taken my photos. So I go to File and Open, and I'm going to bring this over here so I can show you guys, but I have it organized. So everywhere that I keep my expressions, that's the wrong one. And so scroll down to my folders. We're going to see, where is it? Raw me pictures. And these are the photos that I took with my phone yesterday. So I'm actually going to highlight them all and bring them all in. Now I have all of these different photos. I don't want that one. I want this one. That one's not as good. Well, I think I'm going to go with this one. Get rid of that one. So, step one, okay, we got to understand what it is that we're doing here, obviously. And so, just going to make sure that this is all so that you can see everything. Okay, so the first thing you need to do is you're going to have to unlock this photo. And so you unlock it, and then what we're going to do is we're going to copy, just edit and copy, and we're going to go to our new thumbnail layer. You're going to hit edit and paste, all right? So now this is a very high resolution photo, which is great. So now we can grab the corners and drag it in and reposition it. Come on. Just bring it over, and then you just keep grabbing it and dragging it down, and then grabbing it until you have it more or less in the position that you want. And the great thing about this is that when you have a lot of extra space, you could sort of pull everything out so that everything kind of fits nicely into the thumbnail frame. And so I don't have to worry about having a big gap over here because I can grab it and pull it out a bit more, and it will all sort of fit nicely into there. And so now what I have is a nice photo of me pointing at where there will soon be text. Now, something really important to understand is that you might not have the best control of your lighting. And so you might want to make adjustments to your face, and you might want to have different lighting adjustments in the background. So what we can actually do is we can actually do a little trick I'm going to show you where we actually create more depth and nuance to the photo with some very, very easy tricks. And so basically right click and on the layer that you just made, and that is duplicate layer. I'm going to hit OK. And now I have a duplicated layer. Now you go to the top layer, which is layer copy, click on it, and then go over to the left over here, and you're going to find object selection tool. Now what this tool does is it will select objects for you. Click on yourself, and what this does is it now makes a selection of you. Now you want to do this after you have yourself centered in the right place, or at the very least you have brought it in slightly smaller so that you can expand it and make adjustments later, because it only selects what is visible, right? Now, if it makes an improper selection, what you can do is go to select and go down to edit in quick mask mode. What that will allow you to do is actually go over to zoom in, and see, it has actually failed to select certain parts of my head here. And so that will come through and it'll look like there are these random, spots on my head. So what I can do is I can actually take my paintbrush tool and make sure that all of the edges of my person of me, I guess, are properly selected. And I can manually adjust with the paintbrush. I can manually adjust everything that is selected so that even if the AI makes a mistake, I could still have a relatively smooth connection. Okay, I like what it did with my beard here. That's all pretty good. It's accurate on my shoulders, and that's pretty good. Lost a little bit of my ear. I can bring that back. And for the most part, this is going to be very, very good once it is, zoomed out. So I can go back to the zoom out, the little magnifying glass down here, hit the negative, and zoom back out. This is a much better, more solid connection. I can feather it and make any sort of alterations that I want. And so now we're going to basically uncheck the edit in quick mask mode. And so now it's back to normal. What we can do now, and I'm going to get rid of the first layer, is you go to select and you select inverse. And now you just hit delete on your keyboard. And now it has deleted everything else outside of you. What's great about this is now you can do like photo adjustments to yourself without changing the background. And so now I go up to select and press deselect. And now I can make alterations to each layer individually, the background and the front. Oh, and by the way, if you click on your front, the second layer, the copy layer, and move yourself around, it's going to do this, right? You don't want to do that. If you want to make adjustments and change them and keep them both synced together, all you have to do is notice over here on the right where it's selected, hit shift, and you can select the background layer as well. So now both are selected, and I can now make adjustments to both of them, and they are both in sync. Very, very useful. And just so you don't get tripped up on that, if once you create both layers, you're going to have to make sure that when you move them, they're both in sync, or else you're going to have different, or else it's going to look like I just showed you, and that's not really good. So now what we can do is we can edit the background. So if we select the background, I'm going to show you guys, I'm going to do it two ways. I'm going to show you the easiest way, and I'm going to show you a slightly more advanced trick that will help you make more nuanced decisions with your video photo editing. So you're going to go up, as long as you have the background layer selected, we're going to go up to filter. I'm going to go down to camera raw filter, and this was going to bring up the first layer. Now don't worry about it editing me in this photo, because I have another picture of me layered on top of that will take care of all of that. So what if I want the background to be more saturated? I can do that. I don't really want it that saturated though. If I feel like the background is too bright, I can lower the exposure. I can increase it. So I'm actually going to decrease the exposure a little bit, increase the contrast, increase a bit of the highlights. I'm going to increase the shadows, increase the whites, increase the blacks just a little bit. And I also feel like it's a bit too yellow. I would have preferred my camera bring in a bit more of the cooler tones of the room. And so I can go to temperature right here and slide it a little bit more towards the blue. Now, if I slide it all the way, it's going to be very, very blue. But this is an easy way for you to sort of, compensate temperature-wise. You don't want to be too heavy-handed with it, because then it becomes blatant, but you can make some slight adjustments here. And so this is where it's at. Normally, I can bring it down just a little bit. I think -8 is pretty nice. It's not too blatant. And so you can remove all the texture, and then you can increase textures as well. And so I'm going to leave texture right where it is, because this is a background. It doesn't need to be that big of a deal. But what's also interesting is you have things like dehaze, where I can make it hazier, or I can make it like very, very, very non-hazy. So depending on the kind of background you have, you might want to blur it, or make it stand out just a little bit more. I tend to not worry about this too much. We're going to get into sharpening and noise reduction in a little bit because that's going to play a huge role in what we do on our face. So for the background, typically I just want to adjust the lighting a little bit, adjust the temperature, maybe bring up the vibrance a little bit, and maybe get rid of some of the green tint and move just a little bit towards magenta. And now, as you can see, the background is slightly changed. It's a bit more contrast. It's a bit sharper. The colors pop just a little bit more. But it has not changed my face because I made the second layer. See, if I turn off the view on the second layer, you can see that it has made additions to my face. But this is what it was like before. And so now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to my second layer. And I'm going to show you guys, if you go down here to the right here, and just notice you can't quite see it. If you go down to the little circle bit here, you're going to have these options for brightness and contrast, levels, exposure, etc. You want to add these in, but this will adjust the entirety of your photo. You don't want that. You want to make specific adjustments to your face. So we're going to hold Option on a Mac and click. And so now it's locked to my face. So when I click it and go up here, it's only changing my face. And so now I can make my face a little bit brighter and have a bit more contrast, making it stand out more from the background of my room. And we can make another addition. We can add some levels. And again, hold Option and anchor it down. That way, when I reduce the levels and brighten it up, it's only adjusting my face. I can bring it in and make my shirt and crush the blacks. We don't want to go too far. So I'm going to bring the black level in, make it a bit darker, but I don't want to lose the light tones on my shirt. And I just figured I can zoom in a bit and let you guys see this change happen a bit more. Not that much. And so when I'm adjusting the levels, it'll change the way my face is perceived and the way my shirt is perceived. I can dial this back and make the highlights a little bit higher. Nothing much too crazy, but now we can see that it's definitely popping from the background a bit more. I did a little bit of work to darken the background, and then I've done some work to make my face shine a bit more. We're going to add some hue and saturation. Again, hit Option, down, and we're going to increase the saturation, not by too much, but we're going to increase it just a little bit. And then what we can do is we can go to exposure and bring that in. I will increase exposure just a tiny bit, but so far I think this is going really, really good. So that's another advanced technique that you can use. Now, I'm not, and this is where you're going to have to start paying attention to like beard hair. If you have like hair on your neck, you might want to shave that a little bit further because it can definitely come through in this photo and just sort of adjust and be something that you have to think about. And so now, once again, I'm going to go over and select this layer and go up to filter, and I'm actually going to reduce some of the texture in my face. I want it to be very simple, very clean. I'm not going to mess with exposure, contrast, and highlights because I've already adjusted that. But in terms of texture, I can reduce texture, I can increase it. I'm actually going to bring the texture down a little bit, but I'm going to increase the clarity to get just a bit more sharpness in the lines on my face so that they're very clearly seen and visible on YouTube. Because remember, people tend to watch YouTube on their phones a lot, right? And so we're going to increase the clarity a little bit. Now this is where it gets really cool. We can do noise reduction. This will smooth out a lot of my face. Now, if you do too much, it will make it look really cartoony. It's up to you. You know, Mr. Beast has it looking really cartoony. It's kind of up to you how you want it to look. I'm going to go medium. I'm going to smooth it out a little bit, do a bit more sharpening so that some of the contrast in my face sticks out. But generally, going to have some noise reduction and some color noise reduction. I'm going to add that. And once we add that to what we already had, now you can see my face is a lot smoother. It stands out more and it sticks out a lot better from the background, right? And of course, if I want to make adjustments, because the camera raw filter, that's destructive. So you can't just go back and change that now, right? But what I can do with these ones that I added, I can always come back up and make adjustments and change it a little bit. If I want it a little bit brighter, it's a little bit brighter. And that's very, very, very useful. A bit more advanced, takes a bit more time, but it's a lot more useful. Now, another tip you can do to create some distance between yourself and your background is right-click on this layer here, right-click on it and go to Blending Options. In Blending Options, what you will see is a lot of different options. If you go to Outer Glow, now, this is already not doing what I want because... Oh, I know why it's doing that. Okay. Cancel. Let me fix this really quick because it's doing an outer glow on even the extra stuff. So I'm going to delete. Yeah, I'm going to delete the extra here. Because when you have extra stuff like this, that will affect the glow as well. And so now what I have here, I go to Blending Options, and we can't really see it anymore. Except for right there, but I'll fix that in a second. So the outer glow on my face can create more depth, but it's a little bit too much. So I can go in and I can change the opacity. I can also change the spread and the size to be a little bit smaller. I don't want it to like stick out that much. I want it to be very, very subtle. Just subtly adding a bit of a darker glow around me. That way, it helps separate me a little bit from the background, but it's not too noticeable where it's cartoonish and the whole thing still looks very, very professional, very, very streamlined. So now that I've gotten all of this together, I've made color adjustments to my face. I'm happy with the structure of the thumbnail. The object that is my face is clearly the most visible. I suppose I could... Sometimes I feel like I want to dampen the background a bit more, but I don't think I need to. My face is clearly the brightest spot, and I can always increase it just a bit more. So if I increase it just a little bit, don't want it to be that bright, but now it's just a bit brighter, right? And I can always go into hue and saturation and saturate it just a tiny bit more, but not too much. I can always increase the contrast just a little bit. And so now that we have this template, this base layer all built out and made, it's time to add, our text. And so what we can do very, very simply is we go down to the text tool and click and just add our text. And so do this now, or how about, and you don't want your text to be on the thumbnail to be exactly the same as what's in the title, right? You want to create that curiosity gap. So if I have a thumbnail that says, this is how I grew my YouTube channel very, very easily, I can do something like what about this works every down time. Or I can get rid of this. And so this way, if my video is about a new method to growing your channel, I have works every time. Now I go over to the top here with the move tool. I can grab this and I can grow it. I can grow my text to be much larger and take up a bit more space. Now, you might not like how it's spaced out, and so there are ways to take care of that. But for now, what we can do is right click and again go to blending options and outer glow. This is very, very useful for just making your text stick out from the background, but you don't have to have these weird outlines or anything like that. And it actually stands out very, very nicely. And so then it's really just up to your personal taste, how you want it to work, how you want it to look. So this is very, very basic, very easy way to set up your thumbnail. The things that I've shown you here will allow you to help it look professional, help it look simple, and it's a great way to just have 3 letters, and it's very, very simple, right? You have a background, you have your face, which is brighter than the background, so it sticks out more, and my finger is pointing to 3 words that stand out relatively well. I'll show you guys later how to make them stand out even more, but this is more or less the basics, the beginnings of how to build the thumbnail, right? And so one of the things that I do is that I actually build out a whole thumbnail template where I will just set all of these to no view and turn all of this off. I will keep all of it down here so I can always turn it on and mix and match and move things around. But now what we're going to do is we're actually going to use this photo. This is a very messy photo. Suppose you don't actually have a background like I have. Suppose you're actually just at your desk staring at the wall with the window light coming through and just a desk lamp to light your face. How are we going to turn this photo into an actually presentable, actually nice thumbnail? Well, let me show you. Let's go through it. So again, we're going to unlock it. Always got to hit unlock. We go to edit, copy, go over to our same thumbnail template. Remember, I just turned all of these things off, so it's not viewable. And I'm just going to paste it right on top and create a new layer. Now we have to go through the same thing, pull it down, move it up, and we're going to size it down until it fits within our thumbnail template. Still a bit too big. Now, what I'm going to do this time is actually, because last time we had a little bit of difficulty. So what you can do here is what we're going to do is we're actually going to make it fit directly into the template. We're not going to widen it out yet. This will actually make it a bit more convenient for you. You're going to right click on it and do duplicate layer. All right. And we're going to select this and select me as a person again. This time I'm getting the whole of me from the photo so that I don't have to worry about there being little extra edges that are filtered in after. Go to select and edit in quick mask mode. And so again, we go to zoom in and we're going to go take a look here. See, it didn't quite get this part of my arm. So now I'm going to take my eraser tool, which is now way too big, go up here, reduce the size. Going to reduce the size a lot more. And I can fill this in manually. Now, I know some of you might be thinking this is a lot of work. It is in the beginning, but once you get the hang of it, you kind of just get into the habit of doing all of these things. And what I'm doing here for you guys is basically just giving you a follow along template. Like if you just do this like every time, like it'll be a lot easier for you, right? I'm using the paintbrush to get back some of my beard to make sure that that's all clean. And all of these edges look good. I'm not losing too much. It's not cutting up. My ear's not cut off. Everything looks good. Now I can zoom back out. And it's a good selection now. So once again, we go up to select, turn off edit in quick mask mode, select inverse. So now it's selected all of this stuff around me here, right? And then I just hit delete on my keyboard. And as you will see, if I get rid of the first layer, this is all that's left. Always go up to and make sure you hit deselect. Otherwise, when you try to make your editing, it'll just start selecting all of that stuff. So now what we can do is we can hit shift and select the second layer. And now we can stretch both layers that we made out to sort of fit into my thumbnail template. I can bring myself over here. And this is going to look a lot better. So again, already we're starting to get the look and feel that we want. Now, the background here is not that flattering, right? We have a little bit of a curtain. We have my bed. We have a piece of the chair. We have a door. This is not fantastic, right? This is not great. So what we're going to do is we're going to select the background layer. What we're going to do is we're going to do what we did before. We're going to go to... Actually, what we're going to do is we're going to go to blur. And we're going to go down to Gaussian blur here. So you go to filter, blur, blur, Gaussian blur. And now this is already blurred a little bit. What we can do is it brings up this little box here. And it actually shows us, we can adjust it to blur it as much as we want. So if your background is not that flattering and you don't really want it to be the focus of what people are seeing and what people are looking at, well, now we have the ability to blur it out and make it less blurry, right? I mean, less visible. And so this will help make sure that, you know, a lot of the less flattering things just kind of goes away into the background. Yeah, that'll do good for now. But then say you have a lot of different colors, right? Ideally, what you would do is that you would go into your background and try to homogenize the colors, because now I have the difficulty of going through, okay, I got pink over here, I got yellow over here, I got blue over here, but don't worry. There's something we can do for that. We can actually go up. First, we're going to go up into Camera Raw Filter again. And we're actually going to desaturate it a bit. We're going to desaturate the background so that it doesn't stand out as much. We're going to desaturate it. We're going to reduce the exposure just a tiny bit. And make sure that everything is just less visible. So already now it's subdued and blurred a little bit, right? And so now what we can do is we can actually add a color balance to this, and again hit Option and anchor it to that layer. We can sort of go through here and see, do we want to make it more red? Do we want to make it more purple? And we can kind of pull back some of these colors, especially if they're really, really blatant. We can sort of pull this back a bit, right? And so this is great because now it's just a bit more blurred. It's not standing out as much, and this is already way better than what we started with, right? So now we go up to, again, we're going to go up to my face. Now we're going to use just the Camera Raw filter this time because there's actually not that much to do. I'm going to increase the exposure a bit, increase the saturation, bring in the shadows, crush the blacks a little bit. Especially if you're crushed for time, this definitely works really, really well. I can increase my saturation a little bit to help me stand out a bit from the background, and I can increase the blue temperature to cut back on some of the white, the yellows. I can increase the vibrance. Go down to texture. I want to reduce texture just a little bit to make sure that my beard is not standing out too much. I can actually increase clarity to get some of the lines in my face, make sure that they're very, very visible. And then I can go down to noise reduction, kind of just smooth out the less flattering parts of my face and increase the sharpness a little bit so that now my face stands out a little bit more. It looks good, and now we have something for us to build our text into. And so now what we're going to do this time, so we're actually going to take a bit more of an advanced strategy to our text and making that stand out even more and making that look a little bit better, right? And so what we're actually going to do is we're going to actually make individual text blocks. And so we're going to do first works. And again, we're going to be done with that, and then we're actually going to start again and do every, and then we're going to make a new one, time, exclamation point, right? And so now we have these 3 text layers that we can adjust individually so that we can actually make the spacing exactly what we want it to be. And the cool thing about this is that there's something else that we can do that I'm going to show you. And so you have these text blocks now, and you can constantly adjust them to fix their size. But one of the other cool things that you can do, if you go over to here and hit new layer, we're going to make a new layer, and we're going to put it below our time, layer here. Make sure the new layer is selected. We're going to go over here to the rectangular marquee tool. I'm actually going to go around it like this and select it like this. And now if I go to my paint bucket tool and I select a black color, boom, I have this black square outline for me. But what if I want it to be yellow? Let's change it up. Let's change this color. Let's go over here and click on the little color square. Change this color to yellow again. And then I can paint bucket. And now it's yellow. But what about, I can't see my thing. So what if I grab the text tool and I highlight my layer again and I highlight it and I go over here to the right and hit that color and make it black. And I hit OK. Whoops. And now this is what we have. Works every time. And so you can kind of play with this as much as you want. And now hit deselect. And now what we could do is I can use my move tool. I can select this. I can move it around. Make sure that it fits what I want. And I can go down to layer 3 and I can make this bigger. I can make it smaller. I can really make sure that it fits with what I want. And when I'm done, I'm happy with the relationship of the text and the box, I can go to the time section. And again, this little box layer is right below it. What I can do is right click and I could do merge down. So now it's one layer. And so now I can move it around like this as much as I want. And then what I can do is I can right click on it again, go down to blending options, and do outer glow and have it glowing a little bit. See that? And I can make adjustments to the glow and how it looks. And so now I have this thing here, and it's also, not only is it blocking out a lot of the unsavory parts of my background that I maybe didn't want to be in, but now I can have, I can do something different for each word. I can make it custom, right? And so what if I want works to be a little bit smaller? I'm going to put this up here, and I want works to only have a blending option. Outer glow, that works really well because it's smaller. And then what I can have here is I can go to every, right click, new layer. I'm going to drag it down below every. I'm going to take the marquee tool, select over it like this, have that selection. And now what I can do, say if I wanted to have a little bit of contrast, I could make the background black, right? And so now it stands out a lot more. And again, I'm already happy with the way that it's spaced out. So right click, merge down, and now I have this part that I can move. Just make sure to hit deselect. Deselect so we don't keep having that selection. But I can make this slightly bigger if I want to. I can grab this one and move it down. I can have this one right here. And again, right click, blending options, and I can create a little bit more of an outer glow here. And now suddenly I have, quite a flattering thumbnail. It's very simple. The text is easy to read. The cluttered background is reduced. My face is brighter. The saturation looks good. It's a bit smoother. Now I can kind of go through here and again, make some adjustments. So if I hit Shift, I'm going to grab all three of these layers and I'm actually going to make myself a little bit bigger. Move this around. I think I want myself to be a bit bigger still. Just because because the background here is not that flattering, right? So I'd rather have myself be bigger, the nice part be bigger. And then I can just grab each of these individually, say I want this. I have a lot of dead space over here, so what I can do is I can actually grow this out a little bit. Works and hit enter to solidify it. I can bring this out a little bit. And so yeah, this is a lot more flattering and a lot more serviceable than, the original photo that we started with. It's all cluttered. It's got all this stuff in the background. It's got conflicting colors with different paintings and stuff at the background. Again, when you're planning this out, you are going to want to make sure that you have a planned out background similar to this one. This one was done on my phone, but if we were really, really thinking through this and trying to have everything, be perfect, we can remove the blue painting and, remove the paintings and just make sure that everything's there. Try to have a streamlined color palette. But if you're just getting started and this is the kind of background that you're working with, you can definitely turn it into something that is actually quite serviceable. It follows the rules of thumbnails, and you don't actually really have to be ashamed of that too much. So that is the completion of the beginning of my thumbnail tutorials. This is how I make very, very simple thumbnails very, very quickly. Again, it seems like a lot, but once you practice it a couple times, you're going to get the hang of it, and this won't take you any more than an hour to 30 minutes to build out these thumbnails, especially when you have your templates and your pictures of yourself already created, easily to be dragged and dropped in here. That'll make it so much more easy, but we're going to talk about that a little bit later. Thank you so much for being here, guys. Make sure you click the link in the description and check out the course. I think it's really good. You guys are really going to like it. All right, guys, now I am going to show you exactly how to set up your YouTube studio. You have a couple different options that we're going to go through, but the first one that I want to show you that is really cool is I'm actually going to show you how I can turn my camera on my phone into a webcam. And as you can see, my phone is actually recording on this video right now as we speak, which is really cool. And so the way that you would do this is you would use an app called Camo app. And you download it and you see you get this whole special software right here. As you can see, you get this on your laptop and your phone. It's completely free, and then you would just put your phone right there where the camera is and you would mount it. And then that is exactly how you would use your phone as a 4K webcam without having to spend too much money. The only thing you'll have to buy is the fastest USB cable that connects your phone to your YouTube, to your computer as possible. That would be a 40 gigabytes per second USB cord, all right? This is to make sure that your 4K footage doesn't lag, all right? So you have to go to Amazon, type in 40 gigabytes per second USB cord, and then just get the one that connects your phone to your particular laptop, and you'll be good to go. But again, just make sure, as I will show you here, make sure it's connected directly into your laptop, okay? Because if you have a dongle, the dongle might not be rated for, 4K footage. It might not be fast enough, and it will slow down the speed of your video. Whereas I could show you here again, if I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you see it's not lagging, and that is because I have a high-speed USB cable connecting my phone to my laptop, so my 4K footage doesn't lag. So now that I've given you that tidbit, let me actually show you guys my lighting setup, okay? And so to get the setup that I currently have, I have a softbox light and a softbox light here. And this is what is known as the 3-point lighting system. I have one light back there, one light here, and one light there. I get light on both angles of my face, and that is a 3-point lighting system. I also use a desk lamp, as you can see, just to give an extra little bit of shine to my face. And so that is essentially the first lighting setup that I want to show you guys. You have 1, 2, and maybe a little extra one right there, depending on your taste. And then 3 lights, just one for the background. This helps create depth between me and the back of the room. And of course, because I'm recording this shot on my OBSBot, webcam, that also comes with some free software. Well, the camera's not free, but it comes with software here, and you can adjust the shutter speed, ISO, and things like that to create a different sort of feel and a different look for your video. So that's the first part of that. However, what I want to show you now, I'm actually going to change all of this up, and I'm going to turn these soft boxes off and use only desk lamps to show you that you don't actually need to go out and purchase softbox lights like this. You can actually only use a desk lamp, and I'm going to show you how to do that right now. So don't mind me. I'm going to turn this off, turn this one off, and now I'm actually going to go back here and change the color to blue, but I'm going to spin them around so they light up more of the wall instead. So now we have a problem. Now the background is really pretty. It's really nice, but we have an issue. The issue is you can't really see me, obviously. And now I'm using just a desk lamp in order to light up this side of my face. Now what if I turn this one off? Instead, I turn on this one that is right above me, and I turn it down a little bit. Now what we have is we have a line on the side of my face here, and I'll show you with my phone camera. As you can see, it's this light, this little desk lamp that I got. And also, while I'm showing you guys, put tinfoil on your windows. That will give you complete control of the lighting in your room. And I just have this light here, but I also have this little lamp right here that is mounted to... And so now what I have is these two lights and this light, and the two soft boxes are off. And that actually gives me a pretty decent picture. Now, this is a little blown out. I don't like the way that it's all white around here. So what I can do now is, I can show you right here. I can go to my OBSBot webcam and I can actually lower the shutter speed a little bit. I'm actually going to increase it to 160 and then drop the ISO way down. And now you see that it looks a little bit better. And the thing is, what I'm trying to show you guys here is that you don't have to run out and buy really, really expensive lights. You can actually get some cheap lights, preferably the adjustable ones that you can find on Amazon. See, I have a reading lamp here. It gives this nice outline to my face here. See, I turn it off. The back of my head is just dark, not very nice. I turn it on. Now I have a nice outline, and I have this one light right here that is now giving the majority of lighting to my face. And the reason that this looks a lot different than the soft boxes is actually due to the type of light. This is very hard, aggressive sort of light. With the soft boxes, they just light up the whole room and drown out all of the background light, so it's a very washed out sort of feel. But now, if I turn on this other lamp here, the room has a bit more of a dynamic feel. These are harder lights, also much cheaper lights. I'm talking like $14. And so you can actually get a pretty decent YouTube studio setup for relatively cheap. And then you just tweak it a little bit and mess around with the settings on whatever webcam you have. If you're going to use Camo app, which I believe is free, it does have a watermark on it, but you could just expand it in OBS so that you can't see it. And so now I've shown you, you can use just a high-speed USB cable for your phone to be a webcam for free after you buy the cable. Just purchase a decent mic. I'm using the Yeti, the Blue Yeti mic. It's about $100. You have your laptop, and then you can actually get just cheap lights on Amazon, a few cheap lights at Walmart, and just those lights are on Amazon as well. I think they're only like $45. And you can actually start getting some pretty interesting dynamics in your own room for not that much money. The important thing is the speed of the 4K footage. So make sure you actually get a good 4K cable. 40 gigabytes per second is the fastest USB cables. So make sure you get one of those. And then on top of that, what you need to do is you need to make sure that the back of your room is actually kind of clean. Notice there's no clutter on the top here. These shelves, and by the way, these shelves are actually completely functional. Like my clothing is in there, my utilities are in there, my toiletries are in there, books are at the bottom, weighing them down. Like this is actually carries all of my, day-to-day stuff. And so it's not just there to look pretty, it does look pretty, but I've actually selected something that's actually useful, so I'm getting the best of both worlds, right? And so what you can do now is you can just go into the software and keep playing with it. You can play with the temperature. You can play with the distance of the lights. That's another thing, is you're playing with the intensity of the light and the distance. See how my face is really bright now? And so make sure that you also play around with the distance of the light. See this light here, I'm much better lit up. If I actually bring this light a little bit closer, it lights up my face a lot better without interfering with the background. And so now I don't necessarily need this light. And so this shot is just these background lights, 2 lights. That's a $14 lamp from Walmart. That's a $35 reading lamp from Amazon. And then it's just those cheap guys in the background. not too bad for just a few bucks. And so you can definitely get something going for a relatively decent price. And so that's the end of this. And so that's how I would set up my YouTube studio. This, of course, is just the basic setup. If you want more in-depth tutorials, you should click the link in the description and I'll help you guys out with that as well. I used to spend 1 to 2 hours setting up my camera and my lights, getting ready to record a YouTube video, only to then be paralyzed by fear and just stare down the barrel of the camera, worried that I'm gonna mess up and have to start over, and then I'm gonna have to spend 8 hours in the editing bay editing out my mistakes. It was a nightmare. I would get everything ready and then the video would not get shot, and it could go days, sometimes even weeks, with a full script ready to go and no video would get made because every time I sat down in front of the camera, I would freeze and I wouldn't be able to get my video done. But after posting over 600 videos, getting my channel monetized, and helping my uncle monetize his channel, I figured out a two-step system that makes it so easy to overcome this no matter how awkward and insecure you are. It works every single time. And the first and most important part of this step is to actually make mistakes on purpose. Let me show you. Here is exactly what I mean. Watch me make all of these mistakes on purpose. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. I used to get everything ready to record and then... dang it. Okay. Okay. And notice I am not restarting the camera. I'm just letting it continue to roll. And I'll explain why in a second. But this is a full 2 minutes of me just... I said soon getting my uncle's channel monetized. Blabbing around 2 steps and talking and trying out the hook. Okay. What's happening here is I have my hook in front of me. And I'm just practicing saying it and getting it out there. And so I have, like, watch this. I spend an hour of my time setting up my YouTube channel. Blah. Right? Like, and I'm completely disinterested with restarting the camera or doing it perfectly. I actually just turn it on and just start, doing something ridiculous. And that's because I'm using Premiere Pro, which has this AI function that allows me that transcribes everything I say over here. And this allows me to actually just read through everything and figure out where the best part is. Okay, so, and then I'm going to spend 8 hours editing out my mistakes. It was a nightmare. Okay, so I know this is where, okay. All right, I found it. So this is where I have the good take. It took me like 2 minutes to have a good take. But now I can literally just delete everything behind it, move it up. All of my mistakes are gone within seconds. And now I have the part of my hook that was good. I didn't delete the pause. But after posting 600 videos, I did that part twice. So I'll get rid of this. And that, my friends, is how I can very easily make the hook that you literally just watched. That is me editing the beginning of the video that you just watched. It took me, 30 seconds? This is why I am not afraid of staring at the camera. Because whenever I get that insecurity, I literally just turn it on and start blabbing to the camera and saying stuff, because what happens is this acclimatizes the mind. It gets it revved up. It gets it going. So if you got to take 5 minutes to just blab to the camera about whatever, just to get yourself warmed up and in the zone, that's fine. You can use AI to cut it out in 2 seconds. You don't have to restart the camera. You don't have to restart. You could just keep on making mistakes and getting ready until you get your hook ready. By the time then, you're ready to just flow through the video. So just pressing record and getting warmed up, and getting yourself into flow, This is the most important thing for you actually recording your videos and getting things done, especially when you're a busy professional. You need an easy YouTube creation system that allows you to make your videos consistently throughout the week and gets you over these humps. And after monetizing my own YouTube channel over 8 years and then helping my uncle monetize his channel in like 3 months, what I've done for you guys is I've actually compiled all of my knowledge for 8 years of YouTube experience into a course that you can get at the link in the description. I will teach you everything I know on how to set up your channel, how to pick your topics, how to actually make your videos in a system that doesn't burn you out and allows you to post consistently and consistently grow your channel in less than 10 hours of work a week, so that you can actually have a real shot at quitting your job one day because you've actually posted videos, you've actually grown, and you've actually learned. And as a bonus, I'm going to be adding the advanced thumbnails course where I will be teaching you guys how to make more advanced thumbnails like this one that recently just got my uncle like 3,000 views in less than 24 hours. So if you want to learn how to make all of these different thumbnails, as a bonus to the over 3-hour course that I'm going to be giving you guys, you can click the link in the description and check it out. But on top of that, you're also going to be getting a vibrant community of other YouTubers because you need community. We need people to come along beside us and be our friends and pick us up when we're down. And this actually leads me into my next part about how to be less awkward on camera and how to get over that fear of starting is just treat the viewer like they're your friend. I see so many YouTubers wasting their time, scripting their video word for word. You don't have to do that. In fact, it's actually not attractive. People don't want a robot. Okay, I don't want to watch a robot. I don't want to sit down and watch someone read a script. That's not interesting. I'm not reading a script right now. I have a vague outline of what I want to say right here in front of me, and that's about it. I'm chilling. I'm leaning back. I'm having fun. We're just chatting. We're just talking. I'm just talking to you like we're friends. And I think this is much more superior, one, because it saves you time. You don't have to spend all of that time writing out your script, and you don't have to edit out all of your mistakes when you inevitably read the line, do it wrong, read it again, do it wrong, read it again, do it wrong. The only thing I do that for really is my hooks and maybe my outros sometimes, and sometimes my call to action like you just saw. Other than that, it's all me just riffing. And the benefit of this is why I always say you should make your YouTube channel about something you actually know about and actually care about, because this makes it 10 times easier to just casually talk about it because you know about it already. You have a story about it. You have your life experience. I'm not reading a script right now. I'm just sharing it with you because I know this content. I've lived it so much. It's very easy for me to just sit down and talk to you guys. And I know a lot of you are saying, well, I don't have that. It's like, guys, I got here by posting 600 videos and not caring of whether or not I was awkward or not. Do you think I was like this in the beginning? No, I wasn't. I was scared, shy, awkward. You could tell I didn't know what I was doing. There was no energy. It was terrible. Okay, I started out terrible at this. And so in the beginning, you kind of just need to have that FU switch. You need an FU switch. You need to decide that anybody online that's going to judge you or make fun of you for trying this and being a little awkward on camera, F them. You need to hit the FU button to all the haters and just come on here and be your truest, most genuine self and let that evolve naturally. Your first 100 videos are going to be your least interesting and your least good, okay? If you're going to be doing this for the rest of your life, you're probably going to make more than 100 videos, especially when I'm done teaching you how to make at least 1 to 2 videos a week, which you should click on the link in the description and get that, because why waste 6 years learning how to do it when I can teach you how to do it and save you all of that time? So definitely click the link in the description for that. But embarrassing yourself publicly, it's part of the game. This is how you do it. It's practice. You got to put the reps in. You got to practice. And so you need to make the decision that F the haters. It's okay for me to be awkward on camera and not be perfect. That's the price that we actually have to pay. If you never sit down to a piano and actually play the keys, it doesn't matter how much music theory you study, you're not going to get good at piano. It's the same thing with YouTube. You actually have to do the doings and do the work and put in the effort to get here and not have the awkwardness in front of the camera. It's just because you're unfamiliar with it. But over time, through practice and actually doing it, the awkwardness will go away and you will feel very, very confident on camera as you do it a lot more. But that's the thing. You actually have to start doing it before you're ready. This is what the FU button is for. F the haters. Screw them. They're not important. They're not paying you. It doesn't matter what they think. You need to give yourself permission to put suboptimal content on the internet where you're kind of awkward so that you can actually practice not being awkward. You get all up in your head about, oh, it's got to be perfect. Oh, it's not going to be good enough. It's like, no one's going to remember this video. 100 videos from now, you're going to look back on the video that you're stuck trying to make as a stepping stone. This is the price you pay for success. This is the price you have to pay to not be awkward on camera. You just have to do it a lot. I've done this like over 600 times. And so I know that's not what anybody wants to hear. I know like everybody wants this cute little hack that you can use to make it super easy. Honestly, you can't beat experience. You can't beat genuine practice, okay? I already gave you the hack in the beginning of the video, okay? Just hit record. Let yourself be natural. Say your hook a couple times. Get warmed up. Use AI to cut it out immediately. Save yourself hours and hours of editing time. And to just have an outline and riff and go for it. And if you need to take time to pause, that's okay, because the AI can find where you pause and you can just click a button and delete it in 2 seconds and the pause is gone. There is absolutely no need to stop recording and restart the camera. And there's no need for you to spend hours and hours and hours of time in the editing bay getting rid of your mistakes. If you mess up a line that you really don't like, just go, hold on. Wait 2 seconds. The AI will pick up that spot. Then you can just go in and delete the bad part before and keep the part that comes after where you get it right. That's all you have to do. It's all done in one take. You can easily get rid of your mistakes with AI. And honestly, this is the easiest and fastest way. A lot of other people will give you like these little tips and tricks. It's like, oh, do this and think about it this way and do this. It's like, honestly, the more layers you try to add on to yourself, the more you try to change your voice and remember things to do. It's like the more likely you are to screw up at it. Like, just be the way you are with your friends. Practice being that way and that kind of chill. Eventually you'll find your groove. You need to give yourself permission to say, F the haters, I don't care what they think. I'm doing this for me. And this is a learning curve. And this is part of my growth. And that's okay. So don't think for a second that you're alone and that you can't do this. You can do this. Not only are you going to get hours of course material that'll help you do it quickly and fast, but you're going to get a community that wants you to succeed and encourages you and holds you accountable. So hit the link in the description and I hope to see you there. But I understand some of you might still be struggling with even sitting down at the camera. If you're struggling with procrastination, that's a whole other ball of wax that I'm going to help you untangle. And for that, you should click this video right here. I will see you guys in the next video and I hope to see you in the description or at the course that's linked in the description. Check out this video to get rid of your procrastination so that you actually show up to record, and we're going to defeat all of your demons and get you to the goal. Cheers. Now we're going to go over just a little bit on how the algorithm works so that you guys understand what it is that you need to be looking for. It's designed primarily to keep people on YouTube as long as possible. but there's only two metrics that you actually need to care about: click-through rate and watch time sessions. Not just watch time sessions. Now, watch time is what you'll be looking at most often, but watch time sessions are where the real magic happens. And so let's get into that. So CTR is basically the percentage of people who click on your video versus the people that see it. And so what affects the CTR? Your thumbnail, your title, and your topic. People are more likely to click on videos about things that they actually care about. And so the topic itself actually needs to be interesting. Basket weaving, might be interesting to some people, but most people probably don't care, right? And so picking topics that people can actually care about is also a big deal. And so how do watch time sessions work? If your video keeps people engaged, YouTube will show it to more people. That's it. And so you need a good engaging hook in the first 10 seconds. And you want to start with something that grabs your attention based on everything that we said. A clear structure, and then of course you can have pattern interrupts, camera angles, or what I like to think of as, big statements or good questions, and just making sure that you have, interesting things to say, and making sure that the video doesn't get dull and not droning on and on and on about a particular topic. And a good call to a strong ending is what's really, really important, because what you can do is you can use the end screens to get people to go and click on another one of your videos. This is very, very important because this is what actually creates the watch time sessions. If you have a video and someone gets all the way to the end, that means they've really enjoyed your video and they might want to watch more. What you could do is you could set up the video to say, you could set up the narrative. What you can do is you can naturally set up the narrative of your video to be something along the lines of, hey, if you enjoyed XYZ, but then you're going to end up having this problem, and to solve that problem, you should click this video right here. And then the end card comes up on the screen, and then they click on that video, and they keep watching more videos on YouTube. That's what's called a watch time sessions. It's combined all of the videos that they watch after watching your video. And so what you can do is you can create loops in your videos by just making sure that every video you make points back to a previous video. This will help keep people binge watching your channel. And so what do you have to do first? Well, the first thing is get clicks. CTR is the most important thing at first, because if you can't get people to click on the video, then there's no point spending a lot of time trying to keep them watching, right? Watch time only means anything if people actually click and start watching. And then 3, session watch time is only after you have a list of good videos that you can push people to create those feedback loops. You need to be using these 12 hacks after you upload your video, or your channel might not get very many views. However, I monetize my channel without using a lot of them, and so some of these are really overhyped. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over all 12 of them in this video and tell you what they are, but I'm also going to rate them and tell you if you should even be bothering spending your limited time on these things. So let's get into it. Number 1 is rename your video file before you upload. I'm sure you've heard a lot of creators talk about this. You rename your file. Now, I love this personally because it immediately transports to the title. So if I upload a batch of videos, I immediately know which video is what. It's not just a bunch of numbers. In terms of triggering the algorithm and actually making it push your video further, this is not really. It's a very minor signal, and from what I understand, it's actually kind of outdated at this point. And so I use it for convenience and organization, but I'm not relying on it to boost the algorithm for me. But what does work a little bit better is writing a keyword-rich description. That's number 2. what you can be doing is using ChatGPT to, you give ChatGPT your title and give it all the keywords that you can think of, and then have it write a natural sounding description with all of the keywords in there. Now, YouTube is a very, very good algorithm. I am confident that they can tell if it's AI generated or not. So make sure you don't just copy and paste ChatGPT generated descriptions. Go in, read it, look at it, add your own personal flavor. I use this because it's always easier to edit something rather than start from scratch. So I do use ChatGPT to make a description and get all the keywords in it, but I'll always go through it and rewrite it in my own way, rewrite a couple lines here and there, make it my own, and add some different spacing. That way I'm not just copying and pasting, and then it still looks like there's a little bit of effort. So that one is actually very, very useful, and I would definitely recommend you put real effort into your descriptions, because that's what the algorithm is actually training itself on. And combine that with your title, the words that are in your thumbnail, and your descriptions. That's going to give the algorithm a really good understanding of your videos. So number 2 is very highly rated. Definitely put some extra time into your descriptions. The third one that you can do is link your other videos with a deep playlist link. And so what you can do is you can basically link playlists to your videos and get people binge watching your channel. This is very, very good for session watch time, because YouTube doesn't just judge your channel based on watch time per video. It judges your channel based on watch time sessions. And so if you can create playlists on your channel and then link them at the end of your videos or in your descriptions, you can take viewers from one video and send them along a chain of many other videos, increasing the watch time session, the average watch time session for each video. This will make the algorithm very, very happy and more likely to push your video. So number 3 is highly rated. Definitely do that. Now, 4 is a bit mid. Strategic hashtags. You can use 2 to 3 hashtags. I'm not saying it has no effect. It's useful, especially for shorts, but the impact is definitely limited. Always remember that the primary thing is how many people click on your video and how long do they keep watching, right? These keywords and stuff, that's just so YouTube knows who to give the video to. But your thumbnails and your titles are the key factors in whether or not they click on the video, and your hook is a determiner in how long they keep watching. So these hashtags, not the highest source of leverage, but it would only take you a few seconds. So put a couple hashtags in, but definitely don't put your faith in the hashtags. What you should be putting your faith is number 5, which is a really good thumbnail strategy. I talk about this all the time on my program. I got monetized just by thinking about my thumbnails and writing good titles. I didn't do any of these tips, changing the words on the file, putting in hashtags, or putting a lot of effort into my description. I put maybe 5 minutes of effort into the description, and that was it. Most of the time, I would put effort into my thumbnails. And as we can see from my uncle's channel, which I am helping, he is almost monetized. And you can see right here, this is when every time I post a video, his channel spikes for him. Now, I started working with him right around here. And so I got him, if we do last 65 days, yeah. So this is when I started helping him right here. I guarantee you all of this growth, these extra 797 subscribers, the 3,000 hours of watch time that I got him, all of this is thumbnails and titles. I didn't rely on any of these tricks or little gimmicks. They're nice, they're helpful, they're good, but they mean nothing if you don't get the fundamentals right. So number 5 is having actually good thumbnails and putting time into your thumbnails and titles and picking the right topics, okay? The keywords in your description won't matter if the topic and thumbnail is trash because no one will click on it anyways, right? What you're trying to do, these little tips that other YouTubers show you, these are for telling the algorithm who to show the video to. They have nothing to do with whether or not those people are actually compelled to click on your video. That's a thumbnail and titles job. And so don't spend all of your time trying to optimize keywords and tags and all of that stuff if you don't put any time into your thumbnails. Majority of your time should go into topic selection, thumbnails, titles, and hooks. And so thumbnails is the highest rated thing that you can do. Number 6 is quite mid, and that is optimized tags. I remember back in the day, like 5 or 6 years ago, when I was blowing up my first channel, tags were really, really important and very, very, very useful. But apparently that's just not the case now. In fact, the results that I got on my uncle's channel for him, I barely touched the tags. I didn't think about it. I didn't care about it, and put almost no effort into the tags. Like, I put 30 to 60 seconds of effort into the tags. Whereas like 5 to 6 years ago, I would be, spending like 20 minutes writing out tags, filling it all out, choosing the best ones, using, different software to pick the best ones and get the highest rated ones. I don't do that nowadays, and it's not necessary. And so in terms of spending your time, tags, not necessarily the most important thing. And so keep that in mind. End screens. End screens are number 7. And you definitely want to put those at the end of your channel. And what you could do in all of your videos is something like this. You guys have now we solved problem XYZ, but you're going to encounter this problem, and for that you should watch this video right here. You always want to be directing them to another video on your channel and having it flow seamless with your scripting. Because again, this creates watch time sessions. And YouTube loves this, makes YouTube very, very happy because you're keeping people on the platform. So end screens are definitely a hack that you should be utilizing as much as possible. So that's definitely high leverage for your time. What's kind of high leverage, sort of, is scheduling your uploads. You get a lot of these YouTubers nowadays that say, oh, you set it to unlisted, don't set to public. It's like, yes, there's benefits to it. I would say it's mid. Like, setting it as unlisted does get the algorithm to scan more time to scan it and figure out who it's for. But I've had videos blow up when I just set them to public immediately. And also, this is a lot better if you're going to schedule it. If you're going to schedule your videos, make sure that you schedule them. You go into your analytics and schedule them at a time when most people on your channel are watching. So at a certain point, you're going to have enough data in your analytics where it'll actually tell you the times that people are watching your channel most often. And so definitely, if you're going to schedule, definitely schedule it for like an hour before most of your viewers are on YouTube. But at the end of the day, this tactic is still at the mercy of your titles and thumbnails, right? And so don't waste your time trying to figure out when to schedule your videos if you're not putting, 3 times as much time into your thumbnails and your titles. You should always be doing this before your videos. A lot of people, they say just do your thumbnails and titles after the video. I would disagree. I would say it's actually more optimal to do it before, because you get it done, you get it set up, and then you can always fulfill on the promise of the thumbnail when you're recording, right? And so number 9 is add subtitles for other languages. Honestly, don't waste your time. Unless you have a massive global audience, if most of your people watching it are going to be speaking English, you don't need to bother. Don't waste your time. Your time is precious, and you have other things to be doing. Now, number 10 is something that you should not do. Just don't bother, okay? Rewatching your videos for retention boosts. We've all done it. We're all guilty of this. If you're a new YouTuber, you might do this. You set your video to public, and then you watch it, and hit silent while you do something else, and then you watch it again and replay it and replay it and replay it and replay it to try to get more watch time, right? This is Google we're talking about. They know. They know. They can track your IP address. They know when you're faking it. Just don't bother. Just freaking don't bother, okay? You have so much other high leverage, better things to do with your time, like studying thumbnails and titles and getting that down, okay? I don't know if you notice a consistent theme here, but the thing I'm really trying to drive home is that all of these tips and tricks that all these other YouTubers tell you about, they're nice, and they do have some merit and benefit. Completely pointless if you don't put the right amount of effort into making thumbnails and titles that compel human beings to click on the video and keep watching, right? And so if you're, yeah, like you just spend most of your time on your thumbnails and your titles, and don't rewatch your videos when you upload them, okay? If you're a brand new channel, it might take the algorithm a little bit of time to figure out who you are and who your videos are for. Chances are YouTube knows when you're doing that, and it's not going to count. So you're wasting your time. All right. Now, number 11 is actually quite useful, is having a pinned comment with a link. That's important. Maybe it's a link to another video, a link to a playlist, a link to your subscribe button. But having a pinned comment only takes a couple of seconds, and it really does help drive people to more videos. So definitely take the time to do that because it is very, very useful. Now, number 12 is using shorts to link to your long form videos. This is very, very useful, but you just need to understand that the people that watch shorts, they might not be interested in your long form videos. So you might have 10,000 views on a short, but only like 100 or less than 1,000 of them actually come over to your long form videos and actually appreciate and watch your long form videos, because these are two different kinds of viewers that we're talking about. You got shorts viewers and long form viewers. Their habits are completely different. And so do not be discouraged when you get a short that pops off, gets like 10, 20,000 views, and you link your long form video into it, and that only drives like 20 to 100, a couple hundred people to your long form video. That's normal. Like that's to be expected. There's nothing wrong with you. Don't freak out. It's just we're talking about two different kinds of viewing habits, right? So if you guys got value from this video, you should check out my course. I want to walk you guys through step by step on how to do this, how to take care of your YouTube channel, how to make your thumbnails. I have a special bonus coming up where I'm going to actually walk you through step by step how I make my thumbnails, and I'm going to teach you exactly how to make the thumbnails that I use to get people to click on my videos and monetize my channel and soon to be my uncle's channel. So if you want step-by-step tutorials on how to actually make thumbnails that can get people to click on your videos and how to do it quickly so you don't waste hours and hours of your life struggling, you should definitely hit the link in the description and check out my course, because that's just the bonus. Wait until the rest is there. So the first section in this video, I'm just going to talk about insecurity, perfectionism, your fear of being judged, and at the end, I'm just going to give you the one thing that will actually make or break whether or not you are successful on YouTube. Let's get into it. So the first thing we got to talk about is insecurity. Everyone has them. Look, I did not want to be bald at 28, okay? And yet I'm putting my face on YouTube. And guess what? Most of you probably don't think I'm too ugly to be on YouTube. And that is exactly what most of your audience will think about you. You are your worst critic. Nobody cares except for you. Yes, you'll get the odd douchebag who's going to say something about you, but you have one life. Are you going to waste it caring about what others think? You know age is coming for you, right? You will get old and wrinkly and then die and turn to dirt. So who cares? It's happening whether you like it or not. So screw up, all right? Give the haters the middle finger, and I'm being serious. Sorry if you didn't expect that, but give them the middle finger. You're going to die. Are you going to waste your life not pursuing your passion because a bunch of other, let's be honest, not very good looking people are judging you for not looking like an Instagram model, screw that. Forget about that. Get on there, make some videos, it doesn't matter. Accept your flaws. Make it part of your brand. You know what I did? I'm a bald guy now. It's part of my brand. I'm just doing that now. Do I like it? No. It eats me alive inside. Every night I cry. Not really. I didn't like going bald. But instead of allowing it to be a barrier to me, and whether or not I live my best life and pursue my passions and get to the end of my life looking back and say, heck yeah, I'm so glad I did what I did, instead of letting it stop me from enjoying my life, I just said, you know what? It's not that bad, and anyone else thinks otherwise, oh freaking well. I don't care. I'm going to do what I want to do, and I'm going to live my passion whether people judge me for it or not. Because the truth is, for every person that judges you, there's someone else who will appreciate you. So forget about the people who are judging you. The people who will appreciate you, they need you. They need you to show up. They need you to make your videos and share your story because they're going through exactly what you're going through right now. And the other thing that you need to understand, it sounds bad until you think about it. The truth is, you're not that special. You are not that special. There are other people, millions of people on this planet going through what you've gone through, aging the way that you've aged. They have insecurities just like you. They have the same passions as you. They are interested in the same topics that you are interested in. Why would you stop your inner insecurities? Why would you stop yourself from connecting with them and forming a meaningful, purposeful bond that can elevate all of your lives? They need you. Get out of your own head. Stop looking at yourself and saying, I'm not perfect. So is everyone else. Everyone else is not perfect. Get out of your head and decide, you know what? I am flawed. There's things about me that I don't like, but I'm not that special. Everyone else is the exact same way, and everyone else is spending their day not thinking about you. They're thinking about themselves and their problems and their insecurities. You don't need to care, so don't. You have a goal. You have a mission. Make videos on YouTube, get good at it, and turn it into an income. Your insecurity is not part of that goal. It is not going to stop you. How you feel on the inside does not determine your actions. So when you look in the mirror and you think, oh, these people are going to judge me. I don't like the way I look. I don't like this. I don't like that. You're going to be dead in like 50 to 80 years, and it won't matter anyways. What matters is right now. Are you going to live the life that you want? Are you going to let some uninformed, idiotic twat online stop you from being who you want to be because you're afraid that they will judge your hairline or they won't think you're thin enough? Screw that. Own it. It's part of you, and it's not going to last that much longer because you're going to die. So you may as well enjoy the journey. Now, I know that may seem a little extreme and a little bit of harsh, but it helps me. There's only one thing that matters. Do you do the doings? Are you going to make videos and get good at them? Whether or not people leave hate comments doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. In fact, we can reframe it this way. Hate comments are people projecting themselves onto you. They're hurting. They're hurting and they need to make themselves feel better. So they leave nasty comments online to hurt other people because misery loves company. It doesn't matter. And quite frankly, if you're getting hate comments, it means you're having an impact. It means you're doing a good thing, assuming you're a good person, which I believe most of you are. If you're being true to yourself and honest, and you're speaking your truth into the world, and you're putting value out there into the market, and people are hating on you, it means you're getting a reaction. Something is happening here. You're having an impact. It's a good sign. It's a good sign. Because people are so hypersensitive these days. You going out into the world and being the real you is going to ruffle some feathers, and some people are going to feel insecure about it, and they're going to leave a comment on your video. That's a good thing. That means you're doing something right. It means you are actually having an impact and you're actually pushing something into the world that's causing a reaction. And I guarantee you, most of you will get more positive reactions than negative reactions. And whether or not those reactions affect you or not, that's a choice. It's a choice on your behalf. Choose wisely. Now, the next mindset that we need to talk about is action and planning. Okay, we need to develop a better relationship between planning and taking action, because a lot of you are doing a lot of planning and it's actually become unproductive. Now, I am a firm believer that not failure to plan is planning to fail. I believe that. I believe you should have a plan of some sorts, but I'm going to give you the correct plan, especially if you're a beginner. The correct plan for you as a beginner is action. Basic, simple, easy to execute on action. You have been wasting your time watching 5-10 hours of how to do YouTube videos a week. You're watching all the Think Media videos, all the Hamza videos, and you've done nothing. And it's crossed a line. Those videos are valuable, and I recommend you watch them. But most of you have crossed a line where it stopped being productive and it starts being procrastinating. You have moved from productive learning to procrastination, because now you're caught in a vicious cycle of constant, quote, learning or studying and zero practice. Think about it this way. If you're trying to learn piano, yes, you should study music theory, and perhaps you should take some time to read through an instructional manual and understand some fingerings and go through the scales and the notes and how it all works, right? Sure, you should spend some time doing that. If you decide that, you know what, I'm just going to read more books on piano before I sit at the piano and try to press a note, does that count as practice? Are you going to get good that way? Are you going to, do you really think you'll get good at piano by reading about it? You won't. You'll know a lot about it. You may not know all the scales and music theory, but your fingers will have zero practice at actually playing piano, and you will suck regardless. And that is what a lot of you are heading towards right now. You're spending all of this time reading about YouTube, studying YouTube, watching videos on YouTube, and you've actually practiced nothing. Nothing. You have not applied anything that you have learned. And therefore, you're actually not learning. You're actually not becoming a good YouTuber. And you will stay in that cycle for years. I stayed in that cycle for years. I would binge watch more content than I would actually create. And my job right now is to convince you that you should actually be creating more, spend more time creating content than you do consuming it on how to create content. Yes, tutorials have their place. But if you don't actually put effort into choosing a topic, choosing a title, making a thumbnail, setting up your studio, recording the video, uploading it to YouTube, you will not get good at those things. Now, I'm going to help you get good at those things in this video, give you a very clean and simple setup so that you can actively actually put videos out on a weekly basis. Okay, I'm going to make it very, very easy for you. And once you have a setup where you can actually have a plan and consistently get videos out throughout the week, then you will be able to improve each step of the plan, right? Your consistent actions will allow you will get better, and you will actually know your inefficiencies, and you'll be able to plug them week after week after week. And so 2 to 3 months from now, you'll actually kind of be good at this, as opposed to still having made only 1 or 2 videos and you've watched like a million podcasts on how to do YouTube. You're still not good at it. This is one of the most crucial things that stopped me from being successful on YouTube in the beginning. I watched thousands, hundreds of hours of videos on YouTube, and I did not make any videos. I did not get good. This is the mindset that you need to switch off right now. You need to switch from consumer to creator, and action is the plan. But you might be saying, well, I don't want my videos to be bad. You should, in the beginning, because they will be. Unless you're an expert, your videos will be bad. And that's okay, because it's necessary. Just like it's necessary for you to play the piano poorly in the beginning, it is necessary for you to start getting the reps in and attacking the problem and taking action and getting videos out the door in order for your brain to start creating categories of what actually needs to be done and to start actually learning how to be good at this, actually developing habits. You must do the doings in order for your brain to get used to doing them. In order for your brain to automate and build habits, you must practice. And so yes, your videos will be bad in the beginning, and that's okay. I got my channel, Savage Panda, to almost 2,000 subscribers by making bad videos and just making them slightly better each time and focusing on thumbnails and topics and just being me. All right, for some reason, people just resonated with me and they kept on subscribing, even though my videos were tactically not the best. And I'm going to continue making better and better and better videos. I was still able to get monetized even before I was an expert, simply because I took massive amounts of action and consistently posted over 300 to 400 videos before I got monetized. My first channel, not so much. I only posted like 8 videos in 2 years and nothing happened. It still has less than 50 subscribers. So you need to make a shift in your mind. The amount of effort required for you to get good at this is a lot more than you think. And that's just the truth. And so we need to start making these adjustments now and start coming up with a plan to consistently make videos every single week, or else you will never get good at it. Ever. So this is the plan. For the rest of this video, I'm going to walk you through sequentially how to consistently make your videos when you don't have a lot of time and on a budget. You'll probably be able to do this with some of the stuff that you already have. So let's get to it. But before that, I need to tell you the last most important piece when it comes to being successful on YouTube. I understand that you can have doubters. I understand your family doesn't get it. I understand people, want you to just be normal and stop doing this and maybe do something else. I understand that it can be difficult to not have a support system or feel like you're alone in this because people just don't get it. They don't understand your vision. And that is why I created my school community, linked at the top of the description, where other YouTubers such as yourself can gather and support and give advice to each other and give each other the emotional support that we need to continue going even when it gets hard. Guys, you have to understand, studies show that you are the 5 people you spend the most time with. And so you need to start spending more time with other YouTubers, with other people who have been in the trenches, who have gone through what you're going to go through, so that they can encourage you and get you out of those ruts and keep you from quitting. This is absolutely essential. Your environment and the people that are in your life are an absolute must. And so if you don't have any of your friends or your parents or your kids, and people just don't get what it is you're doing, you need to check out the link in the description so that you can have a community supporting you when it gets tough. I will see you there. The truth is, you are the reason that you're not successful on YouTube. You are the reason. It's not the algorithm's fault. The algorithm is your friend. The algorithm will teach you how to be good at making videos. More about that at the end of the video. The algorithm is your friend. The algorithm is what tells you what's working and what's not working. It is essential that you understand this. And the first part of this is that you're the reason you're not being successful. You're the one who chooses to not work on YouTube as much as they should be. You're the one who chooses to watch Netflix or YouTube tutorials instead of actually picking up the camera, turning on the selfie, and recording a 5-minute video and uploading it to YouTube. You choose those things. This is where the topic of discipline comes into the fold. We got to have this conversation, right? Because you're going to embark on a journey where you're learning a lot of things. These things are hard and they can be difficult. And your ability to do what you don't feel like doing is most important. It is crucial that you develop the ability to act even when you don't feel like it. And that is what discipline is, right? So we need to divorce feeling from action. Yes, it can be nerve-wracking. Yes, it can be insecure. Yes, you can feel anxious. Yes, it can be boring. Editing can be very, very boring. Writing a script can be boring. Yes, it can not feel good. Yes, you wish you could just eat chips and watch Netflix instead. You can, but you won't be a successful YouTuber if that's all you do. Yes, it doesn't feel good. You must act anyways. Write the script anyways. Record the videos anyways. Work on the thumbnails anyways. Even when all of your body is telling you, we'll work on the thumbnail later. We should get up and go do the laundry and get a snack and go for a walk. No, you sit there and you pay attention to what you're doing and you do what you said you were going to do, which was make a thumbnail. It doesn't matter how boring it is or how frustrating it is that Photoshop isn't doing what you want it to do. Go to ChatGPT, ask it the question, it'll teach you how to do it. You must learn to act regardless of how you feel. Okay, I didn't do this for a long time. Okay, I wasted 6 years of my life. I could have been a millionaire by now. If only I had acted when I said I was going to act, regardless of how I felt. If only I had done that. I could have saved myself 6 years of this journey. And I want to save you 6 years. So you got to pay attention. All right? And the first thing to understand with discipline is that repetition makes it easier, okay? It's easy to do things that you're good at, right? The problem is in the beginning, when you suck at everything and sucking at it feels bad, you have to push yourself through anyways, all right? So we got to talk about this mental framework. We got to change our identity, okay? For me, I had to evolve my identity to being the kind of person that is, they say in their mind, I'm not tired. It doesn't matter if it's boring. I'm going to do it anyway. Do the work, okay? You have to, it first starts within. And you have to understand that the obstacle is the way. What you're doing is difficult, but if it's in service of your goal, that's what you need to do, right? And we need to set goals for ourselves in terms of performance and what our daily standards look like, okay? And so being disciplined is all about doing something even when you don't feel like it. There's lots of different tips and tricks out there, and there's lots of different hacks, which we will get into. But fundamentally, you must make an identity shift. You must decide within your heart and your mind that you from here on out are going to evolve and embark on the journey of becoming the disciplined individual that does things even when they don't feel like it. And you already do this for a lot of things in your life. I'm sure a lot of you get to work on time even when you don't want to. The problem is, when there's no, the problem is when there's no consequences for you not making your videos because everything stays the same becomes a lot more difficult. Because, not showing up to work, there's consequences for that, right? You get fired or you don't make any money. You not making videos, everything stays the same. And that's why it's different, right? That's why it's more difficult, right? The pain is not as sharp, right? You go to work because you'll lose money and get kicked out of your apartment and not be able to buy and pay for the things that you're already paying for, right? But if you don't make YouTube videos, nothing happens. And so for most of you, especially those of you who are already established in your career, now no acute pain happens, but chronic pain of not fulfilling your vision, not fulfilling your purpose, and not being the person that you want to be and not having a career that you desire, that will continue for the rest of your life. The problem is the chronic pain of not being a YouTuber and not having the things that you want, that you hope YouTube will give you, is not high enough in the moment because it's chronic. It's not super intense. It's a dull emotional ache of dissatisfaction with life that eats away at you while you're at your job. But as soon as you get home, The pain of not watching Netflix and actually writing a script, that becomes much higher. It becomes much more acute, becomes more intolerable. And so you avoid the more intolerable pain and you do what is easy and you watch Netflix instead. Or you do the laundry or whatever. But the chronic pain persists, right? And so we need to understand that, when you get home and you're about to do this very boring task that you've never done before, that gives you anxiety, like writing a script or editing a video or working on Photoshop, in that moment, the pain of the boredom, the pain of the anxiety is higher than the chronic dull pain of dissatisfaction with your life. But you must remember your why. And you must remember in your mind, where else would you remember it? I know. You must remember that you're doing this for a good purpose, to have a better future. You must visualize a better future. And you need to do whatever it takes to teach yourself to push through the pain in the moment so that you can have a better future. And that essentially is what discipline is for. And that's essentially why we need it. And it is a muscle. It's okay if you don't feel like a disciplined individual right now. It is a muscle that you get better at over time, which is why we're going to put the reps in and make lots of videos right now, even though they're not perfect, because when you practice getting over the hump, getting through the boredom and completing the script and completing the thumbnail and completing the editing, you get better at being disciplined and you get better at showing up with confidence, right? So not only does your skill level and all of those things increase, your discipline and willpower increases as well. Your skill level at doing what you said you were going to do, even though you don't feel like it, increases with time. This is why repetition is so important. And this is why it's okay to make videos that are not the best in the beginning. Because not only is this the fastest way to learn the technicalities of being good at YouTube, it's also the fastest way to teach yourself to be disciplined. You got to get the reps in. And the truth is, procrastination is something that a lot of us do. But the true cost of procrastination is not that you don't get the videos out on time or this and that. The true cost is your self-respect and the trust that you have with yourself. You must learn to do what you say you're going to do so that when you speak words into reality, you can trust yourself and you can trust that you're actually going to do it. You don't want to go through life be feeling untrustworthy with yourself. That's not a good place to be in. Do you procrastinate on making your YouTube videos? I used to for months at a time. But then I discovered the 4-step system that allowed me to 10x my productivity and post 3 videos every single week. And I'm going to share it with you right now. So the plan for this video is to adjust your mindset, clarify the big picture, and specify the details. And then at the end, we're going to apply the things that I'm going to be teaching you. And so let's get right into it. And so first we need to understand, why bother changing? Why would you bother stop procrastinating? Like, why can't you just not make a YouTube video? Why can't you just not post? Why can't you just continue playing video games or scrolling Instagram or scrolling Facebook? Like, why bother changing? Like, what's your purpose? What's your why? And all of you have dreams. All of you have things that you really, really want. And let's be honest with ourselves. Without life can feel kind of pretty empty without growth and purpose. And so, do you want to achieve your purpose? Do you want to find your purpose? Do you want to grow into the person that you are meant to be? And and what does that look like? And you probably have these goals because your current life is not the life that you dreamt of. And so let's be very, very clear about this. We all desire something different. And so you can be more than what you are now. We all desire something different, and we all have the capacity to grow into it. And your actions will shape your relationships, your self-esteem, and your overall, life. And so imagine how it feels to not be able to trust yourself. maybe some of you are feeling that right now. And it's like, oh, I wish I could trust myself when I say, I'm going to do this. I'm going to accomplish X, but it's just so, but I just don't do what I say I'm going to do. Like having that trust, that trust issue with yourself, that runs deep in your psychology, in your subconscious mind. That can mess up your self-esteem, which can adjust, how you approach your relationships, how you approach problems in life, and it can really spread into a lot of different things that you don't want it to spread to. And so reasons to change is you actually have goals and you're actually capable of reaching them if you act accordingly. And so why not reach your goals? Two, you don't want to live life not being able to trust yourself and not being able to actually know that, say, hey, when I say I'm going to do something, I don't run away to scroll Instagram to make myself to de-stress. I go do the thing. And that power will emanate throughout the rest of your life, your relationships, your job, your family life, your parenting skills. Like it's very, very important. And so whatever your goals are, reach them, fight for them. It's important because if you don't, what else do you have? Exactly. And maybe you do have something else. So comment down below if you have something else other than your goals and other than maintaining the status quo. I think we would all love to grow in our relationships and our mindset and the things that we're capable of doing and the way that we perceive ourselves. And so let's get after it. Let's make a change and let's get going. And so step one, it's a mindset shift, okay? Perfectionism is your enemy, all right? Failure is part of learning. A lot of times when it comes to creating overwhelm and stress, I'm just feeling like, oh, there's too much to do. I don't know what to do. Let me scroll Facebook really quick to get to feel better. And it's so often automatic. You need to understand that as a video creator, perfectionism is your enemy because learning how to make videos requires you to make a lot of videos. And you will waste years of your life if all you do is just plan and try to write out and perfect the perfect video formula without actually making videos. Done is better than perfect. In order to get good, you have to be bad first. You cannot learn to make fantastic videos that get you subscribers without practicing making videos. And in order to practice making videos, you have to make videos. But you don't make videos because you're too busy trying to create the best plan, which is ridiculous because a plan is useless unless you use it. So for you, the plan is actually an excuse to not do the work, and it's what's holding you back. Now, I've created a document for you guys to use to keep track of all of this so you don't have to keep referring back to this video. If you're watching this on School, it's right down there. If you're watching this on YouTube, hit the link in the description, join the community if you're qualified, and go to the classroom and hit on this module. It'll be right there. It's yours for the keeping. I hope it helps you. Let's keep going. The imperfect plan plus imperfect action beats the perfect plan with no action every single time. I guarantee you, you could spend 3 months writing out the perfect plan. I'll just go and make 50 videos and I'll get more subscribers, more views than you, and at the end of it, I'll have a better plan than you. Because my plan will be based on actual experience and actual data from the YouTube algorithm, while you'll just be writing things out and guessing. All right? And don't forget that procrastination is a habit, not an identity. You must break it from your identity. You do not ever say, I am a procrastinator. No, you're not. You're a beast. You're powerful. Okay? You do the things that you say you're going to do. You're just not acting like it right now. You just have a habit of procrastinating. But you can break that habit. And that's what we're going to be working on in this video. So, we need to go deeper into the analysis paralysis loop, okay? Here's what happens. You set a goal. And you put pressure on yourself, which creates stress, right? You say, I am going to make 10 YouTube videos this month. Fantastic. That's a great goal. I approve. And then, but you feel stressed, right? It's like, oh, I have this big goal. Oh, what do I do? I'm stressed now. It's like, oh, I need to make a plan. I need to learn. And then you start binge watching all these YouTube videos on how to make YouTube videos, and you consume the info. It's like, oh, that feels good. And then you try to make the perfect plan, but you're still not sure. You're still like, well, maybe this will work, but this YouTuber said that, but Think Media said that, but then Daryl Eve said that, but then Alex Hormozy said this. I'm still not sure. I should binge watch more YouTube videos to make a different plan. But oh no, I just learned something that invalidates the plan I just had. Well, I guess I need to make a new plan and repeat. And guess what? You don't make any videos, which means you don't get any real practice in, which means you will not grow as a YouTuber, as a video creator. And this loop can go on for months. It went on for months, I tell you. For me, personally, I was stuck in this exact loop for months. I would not post a video. I would binge watch videos on how to make videos and continuously write out the perfect plan or try to perfect my plan. This is a deadly, deadly loop that will destroy your ability and chances of ever making it on YouTube. We need to break this loop. And the way to do that is to change your mindset and understand that imperfect action is better than a perfect plan. Public failure is required to make you into the most successful version of you on YouTube. And so if you're thinking, oh, I don't want to post bad YouTube videos, I don't want to be embarrassed, suck it up. It's necessary. I posted hundreds of bad videos, got laughed at, had people make fun of me, and guess what? I got 1,000 subs and I got monetized. And then I started a new channel and now it's growing. Are my videos perfect? No, but they get better every single time. People really are starting to resonate with me and starting to follow me and appreciate the things that I say. Are my videos perfect? No. Is it still sometimes embarrassing how sometimes I make mistakes and yeah, does it matter? No. Because I'm growing and I'm actually making progress. Because I decided in my mind that being imperfect publicly and allowing myself to be embarrassed and deciding, you know what? That doesn't matter. What matters is that I make progress and I learn from every single mistake that I make. And if it's public, who cares? I want my life to be a symbol of growth, not a lie or illusion of perfection. Change your mindset. Imperfection is necessary to learn, to practice. And since you're going to be a YouTuber, you have to accept that being imperfect on camera, publicly on the internet, it's just part of the game. It's just part of the game. So accept it. Now let's get to work. Instead, what you're going to do is you're going to make a decent plan. You're going to actually do the plan, which means post videos. You're going to fail. Those videos will not be very good. And then you will analyze those videos and learn from your failure, make a new plan. And then you will do that plan. And then you will fail. And then you will learn from that failure. You will improve. And you will repeat. And you'll just keep doing that until eventually you don't suck anymore. Because you'll actually know what you were doing because you actually have experience. Action creates clarity. Excuse me, not the other way around. Action creates clarity, not the other way around. You do not need clarity in order to act. You need to act in order to acquire clarity. And as a YouTuber, that necessarily means that you need to post videos that are not going to be very good, be publicly embarrassed about it, shrug it off, and learn from it, and make a new plan, and then continue doing that until you acquire clarity from real experience and real data from the YouTube algorithm on how to make good videos. But you'll never get that if you don't start posting bad videos. And so now, the rest of this video is we're going to be discovering how to beat overwhelm, how to create a system that allows you to post at least 1 to 2 videos per week. Let's get into it. Step 2, you must discover your categories. You need to know what you don't know, and we need to create categories of what it is that we need to do, because there are different types of work for each task. And we need to figure out what went wrong and where we need to improve. So we need to break it down into different categories that are smaller than just, I need to make a YouTube video. You need to break it down into something smaller in order to defeat overwhelm. And so here's what it looks like. I have broken my YouTube creation system down into the following categories: title, thumbnails, hook, script, recording, editing, and uploading. And now I schedule my time according to those categories. So when I'm scheduling out my calendar, I do not write make YouTube videos. I write work on titles, edit thumbnails, do thumbnail ideation, set up for recording, or record. It's more specific. This takes away the ambiguity, gives us clarity, and allows us to actually approach the task with intention. And that starts with planning and scheduling. And so defeating overwhelm is all about breaking it into smaller steps that are clear and easy to start and predictable, so that you don't feel overwhelmed by it anymore. But the problem you're having is you don't know all the steps to make a perfect YouTube video yet, right? This is what I figured out. Check this out. You need to start by having fun. Notice what I have here. We have the different steps in creating a YouTube video, but I've also split that up into 3 different categories to allow you to create even more clarity. Look what we have here. We have play/learning, and then we have prep, and we have actual work. The play/learning section is where you just open up Photoshop and start watching YouTube videos about how to use Photoshop and play around and try to make a thumbnail that's similar. There's no pressure. There is no deadline. You don't have to create something perfect by the end of it. You're just playing around with the thumbnail software that you want to use. Why is this so important? It's because it allows your brain to create categories of how to do XYZ, how to do this, how to do that, and a clearer picture of how to make thumbnails starts to emerge from play. The problem is if you just go into it without knowing how to do it and then set a deadline on yourself right away and say, I need to learn how to make thumbnails and make a thumbnail in the next 2 hours in order for because my video comes out tomorrow, the stress is not going to help you. You're going to feel stressed, you're going to feel overwhelmed, and then you're going to check your phone for Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok, and you're not going to get the thumbnail done. You're going to feel badly, and then you won't have a thumbnail for your video that you want to release tomorrow. And so, it's very important that when you're starting out and creating the categories and learning how to do something, that you implement play. You make it fun. You free your mind from any stress or expectation to perform, and you just go and have fun. You explore, you go on an adventure, you play with the software, you click that button and click that button. And another tip, use ChatGPT and ask it questions on how to do things with the software that you're using. That works so well. I have learned so many things using that method. If you're in Photoshop or Premiere Pro or CapCut or Canva or whatever software you're using to create your thumbnails or edit your videos, ask ChatGPT how to do things. It will tell you, and it will most likely be correct. Instant solution. It's so much better than searching through Google Forms, I guarantee you. Now, the next step is, now that you have played with it and you have a clearer picture of how the process works, you understand how to create templates and cut yourself out and add words to it. And now what you can do is you can start to prepare. Failure to plan is planning to fail. And so when you are going to set up your work task and you say, I am going to make a thumbnail for this video tomorrow and I have 2 hours to do it, you don't want to approach that 2 hours with nothing ready. That's planning to fail. And so the day before, what you're going to do is you're going to prepare. You're going to open up Photoshop and you're going to grab all of the different elements and put them in Photoshop and have them all there and ready. You're going to take a photo of yourself and put it into Photoshop before you must begin the work. This is a prep session. And so now what we've done is we've broken the YouTube system process down by things that need to be done. We got title, thumbnail, hook, script, recording, editing, and uploading, and metadata. But now we've also broken it up by the type of work that needs to be done to get us to the end goal. First, you must learn, and the easiest way to learn is to play. And then you must actually do the work. But the greatest way to guarantee that you actually start doing the work and create momentum and actually get it done is to prepare the night before. And so now, when you're scheduling your calendar and saying, I need to make this video and I need to do that, it's like, oh, now you can decide very specifically on what and how you need to take that step. So for example, if you've never used a recording software before, it's probably best to schedule a time, maybe an hour, to play with it. Try to record several videos of yourself just talking about random things so that you get a feel for the software. Because I guarantee you, little problems will show up here and there. You'll have to fix them. And that's part of the play. And so you'll get over that learning hump faster without having the stress of performance. And then from that, you can prepare, and then you can schedule time to actually record the video. I promise you guys this works incredibly well. Another thing you want to do is you need to be patient. You know, you can only do one thing at a time. And so focus on it and do it well. And so now that we've demystified the system and we've broken it up by different tasks, and we've actually split it up by different types of work to help us get through, that initial phase of lack of clarity and not understanding what to do, now we can actually deploy patience and say, oh, I understand now that in order to make a video, I need to do all of these very specific things, and I know what they are, and now I can schedule them accordingly. Having specificity in what you're going to do makes it easier to initiate doing that thing without procrastinating. It's this lack of clarity and overwhelm that pushes you that creates stress and makes you want to procrastinate and do something else. Right? And so step 3 is specifying details. You want to understand the types of work and plan accordingly. And this is actually very, very subtle, and something that I've noticed I started doing without realizing it. And I think I figured out how to properly articulate it so that it's beneficial for you guys. And so here's what I mean. Once you have everything that I've written out for you, in the last slide, there's actually different types of work, and different types of work require slightly different kinds of approaches to make sure that you don't procrastinate on them. And so there's creative work, and then there's just boring, repetitive manager work. And then there's a split with that in terms of how many tasks there are. And so, for example, creative work, high level, it's one goal, but many creative tasks. And so an example of this would be thumbnail ideation. There's one goal, is to collect ideas for your thumbnails, but there are many tasks in it. You have to scroll YouTube to get inspiration. You have to grab the thumbnails and put them in Milanote in order to have a look at your spreadsheet. You need to open up Photoshop. You need to write down different ideas. You need to draw it out. You need to think about it. You need to try different things. You need to change the background color a couple of times. You need to take different photos of yourself. It's one goal, but a bunch of different tasks. Whereas low-level maker is like one creative task. So for example, one creative task is like, I need to write this specific script right now in 1 hour. That's one task. Open up the document and type on it until the script is done. Just one task in order to achieve the goal. Manager, Same thing, pretty self-explanatory, except it's just non-creative tasks, such as, filling out metadata, filling out keywords, optimizing XYZ, charging your camera batteries, making sure that your lights work, cleaning up your background, cleaning your room, you know, um, cutting your hair to make sure that you look good for the camera. It's the same thing, you have many goals that are manager tasks or maybe just one goal. And so each one has a slightly different approach. Fundamentally, they're all close to the same, but I found that, having this nuanced approach is really, really helpful for me. So for a maker high level approach, this is something like ideation and thumbnail ideas. It's one goal, but it has many tasks. So how do I approach this task so that I can stay focused? One, I can actually start the task and I don't procrastinate, and then I stay focused on that task and complete it. Well, there's a few things that I do. Step one is actually setting up a larger chunk of time so that my mind can be free, right? So when I'm scheduling my thumbnail ideation time, I don't schedule it in 15 or 30 minutes. That's not enough time for the juices to start flowing and my mind to start, creating ideas. I'll schedule 90 minutes to 2 hours for thumbnail ideation. I'll have YouTube open. I'll have Photoshop open. I'll have Milano open, which, by the way, make sure you get to level 2 because I'm going to show you exactly how to do this in the next level in my school community, which is linked in the description. I'll have multiple different tabs open. I'll have a notepad. I'll be drawing. I'll be searching YouTube videos, grabbing them, copying, pasting, comparing and contrasting, asking ChatGPT how to create certain effects, like a lot of different tasks going at once. And, I need my mind to be very, very free in order to free flow and just go with the vibe and create and come up with ideas. And so having a larger chunk of time allows me to do that. And so typically, I personally get very creative in the evenings, not in the mornings. And so I typically will schedule a larger portion of time for this in the evenings, and I'll get the more specific tasks done in the morning. And this allows me to switch between different categories whenever I feel like it's needed. And also, another thing is I love using instrumental music to help my mind stay focused. Not music with lyrics. Sometimes I can stay focused with lyrics, but generally instrumental music, lo-fi, is a great way to go. Also, locking out distractions. If I don't need my phone for thumbnail ideation, and so I put it away. Right? I already have enough distractions by having YouTube open and, checking all of the looking at all of my competitors and seeing their videos. It's hard enough to not be distracted by that. And so also the music, having the music come from my phone and not YouTube means that my earbuds are on my phone, but my phone's way over there, just playing a lo-fi playlist, which means I can't hear any of the videos that I might be tempted to click on. And so now I can have YouTube open, but there's actually this barrier to me starting to binge watch videos and getting distracted because I can't hear it. I would have to get up and go over there, grab my phone, disconnect the Bluetooth, reconnect the Bluetooth to my laptop, and then listen to it. And having that little barrier where it blocks out my ability to actually watch videos on YouTube is incredibly useful for me to stay distracted and not to look at through YouTube and get inspiration for thumbnails, but to not actually start watching the videos and stay on task. And then, of course, the mind only can do this for a certain amount of time. And so typically I might get bored and burnt out and not be able to do it anymore around 90 minutes or so, depending on the day and how much energy I have. It can happen between an hour and 2 hours. Going for a walk is a game changer. If you're distracted, go for a walk. If you have cravings, go for a walk. If you feel lost, go for a walk. If you lack clarity on what to do next, go for a walk. Going for a walk is a killer move. It's such a good idea. So manager, high level. This could be something like filling out the tags and setting up software and creating folders to have all of your different video templates and photo parts in. Um, yeah, for this one, you don't want to have a large amount of time. You only want to have enough time to do what is required. And you can do these tasks in random order sometimes, especially when there's a lot of tasks and they're kind of um, all similar. But also, ordering them can also be a good thing for you as well. And so you can do it in random order, but also creating a very specific order so that you can race the clock. Something for this. This is where I'll actually use music lyrics, because if the tasks are boring, such as organizing my folders for Photoshop and Premiere Pro, you need to have some form of entertainment. So again, having a fun favorite music playlist or podcast you're listening to keep your mind entertained while you're doing this boring manager type work is very, very useful. And of course, you can actually set a timer and race the clock and be like, okay, I gotta organize my folders, set up these tags, write out all my keywords, and readjust my YouTube descriptions and create a template with ChatGPT. 20 minutes. Race the clock. Make it a race. Like, make it fun. You'll find that these little tasks, they get done very, very fast when you just put in some entertainment in your ears and race the clock. At least for me, that's what happens. So, maker, low level. These are very specific creative endeavors. So, for example, hook and script writing. I will generally schedule a medium-sized block of time because my brain has freedom to roam and be creative, but there's also not enough. There's also a limit on the time because when I'm very, very focused and I'm working on one task only, my brain starts to drain of energy relatively quickly. And so being incredibly focused takes more energy. And so generally, I can only be very, very focused on one thing, as in like no tabs open. There's only one document. I'm listening to instrumental music and I'm just typing away, trying to get the script done as fast as possible. I could generally only keep that pace up for like an hour to 90 minutes before my brain is like, okay, I'm done. Let's go for a walk. And so you don't need as big a chunk of time to do that. Also, this kind of work expands to fill the time that you give it. And so giving yourself even slightly less time can actually create a good kind of pressure where it's like, okay, I only have this amount of time. Let's get to work really fast. And then you get to momentum and then you get into flow state and you'll find that you can actually get a lot done. Another thing for script writing in particular is it's also good to change your environment. I will take my laptop to Starbucks and again listen to instrumental music on my phone, not the laptop. That way I can put my phone in my pocket and then just type away on the laptop and get the script done relatively quickly. And also, you can schedule short breaks depending on what your skill level is. Remember, this is something that your brain can grow into. Your brain's like a muscle, right? So if you can't focus on writing one script for an hour yet, that's fine. Maybe figure out what your limit is, and then just schedule little breaks slightly later than that. So if your limit is 10 minutes, schedule a break for 12 minutes like after. And so try to push your limit each time and then give yourself a 5-minute break to scroll Instagram. Set a timer on your phone and say, okay, I've got 5 minutes to check Instagram, check TikTok and Facebook. And when the timer goes up, you turn it off, you go back to instrumental music, put it in your pocket, and then you try to beat your record, right? Like what I'm telling you right now, this is how you can learn to focus on script writing very, very quickly. Gonna have massive modules on this in my free course, which of course is coming up soon. And so, yeah, little short breaks are really, really great to keep you from getting too burnt out right away. But you'll find that over time, if you apply this method and try to beat your best time for focus, your brain will figure out how to focus on one specific task for longer. And that'll be very, very useful for you when it comes to actually getting your scripts done and actually getting these things off the ground and getting the videos completed. And so that's very important for that. Manage your low level. It's pretty simple. Like you just have one task to do, such as clean your room for a shoot. I don't know what that means. Set aside, just set aside enough time to do one task, like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, schedule it, race the clock, make it a competition, and listen to your favorite music or podcast while you're doing. Again, another thing that you can do is you can try to schedule a lot of these boring, meaningless tasks all in one block so that you just hop from one to the other and get them all done. I generally don't recommend allowing yourself to get distracted by just one, menial task like cleaning your room or, taking a shower or going to the gym. Like if I'm going to do stuff that doesn't contribute to my business and my videos, I try to group it all together in one spot. That way, it's not really, it's all done and it's not a distraction from the work that I actually need to be doing. Right, and so now we've made it to step 4, is to start the night before. Guys, this is so important. It's incredibly, incredibly powerful. Once you have gone through play and you've built out a system and you understand that for thumbnails you need XYZ, for recording you need XYZ, and your setup is going to be XYZ, now is the time where you start, scheduling preparation for the work. And so you don't just schedule a time slot to do the work, you actually schedule a time slot to prepare to do the work. So that when you actually show up to do the work, it's ready to go. And you can enter into that flow state and get your momentum incredibly quickly. And so the night before is an incredibly useful and beneficial time. I generally try to plan out almost my whole day the night before. Sometimes things come up, my day changes, and so I can adjust it as I go. But generally, I want to have a very, very clear vision on what my day is going to be the night before. And especially if I want to start the hardest task right away. I want to eat that frog. If you had to eat a frog, would you wait the rest of the day and not be able to enjoy the rest of your day knowing that you'd have to eat the frog, or would you just get it done so that you can move on to the rest of the day? Of course, it makes sense to eat the frog, right? And so, schedule the hardest stuff first. Get it done out of the way. Everything else will seem easy. There'll be less stress. It'll be easier to slip into, focus mode, and you'll find that you get a lot of tasks done a lot quicker with that. Breaking down tasks so they're small enough to start easily is another big one, especially if it's something that you're still not 100% sure on how to do. Figuring out the first 1 to 2, 3 steps and writing down the first 3 steps is a great way to make the barrier of entry a lot smaller, so that when you actually sit down to do the task, it's like, oh, I'm not sure what I'm doing here yet, but oh look, I wrote out 3 steps. Step 1, open Photoshop. Great. Step 2, create template. Oh, that's easy because it's already pre-saved. Step 3, open and import the items that I'm going to be using. Oh, great. Well, oh look, everything's set up now. I'll just drag this here, drag this there. A lot easier to get into flow state and create momentum when you have a very, very specific, clear 1 60-second, 2-minute, 3-step process to start the process. And then, of course, to start doing those 3 steps, use the 5-second rule. The 5-second rule is where it's like, okay, I have this chunk of time, it's an hour, and then I have a general idea of how it's going to go and what the goal is, and I have the first 3 steps that I need to do to initiate the action. Now I've sat down, everything's ready, I go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, step 1. And you're off to the races, right, guys? This works so well. So well. Like, I had to finish preparing this video the slides for it, and this is literally what I did. I set myself a short time limit of just 15 minutes to finish up, and then of course your work expands to fill the time you allow for it. So I said, hey, I'm going to start recording this video whether these slides are ready or not. I need to have them ready. So in that 15 minutes, I worked, and I got them ready, and I got them done. And then I had an hour to record this video. The video is good, an hour and a half to record it. This video will probably be, almost an hour long. And so it's like, okay, I need to get ready. Let me go to the washroom, take a deep breath, do some squats, get ready, and then 3, 2, 1, go. Hit record, take a deep breath, and then start the video, and then start recording. And guess what? This task is getting done. I'm getting it done right now using the exact same methods that I'm sharing with you right now. Side note, another thing to do is to drink electrolytes and some raw honey. This stuff is brain fuel. Your brain needs hydration. It needs minerals. It needs vitamins. It needs electrolytes to run optimally. And honey is pure glucose. And so it can go straight to your brain. Your brain runs on glucose. That's its energy source. And so, at least for most of you, some of you might have ketones, but that's beside the point. Your brain runs on glucose. And so if you're feeling a little bit sluggish, you're like, oh, I can't think. Like, take a little bit of honey. I got my honey right here, right? This is raw, all natural, all organic honey. I take a little spoonful, put it on my tongue, absorb it, then I typically feel a little bit burst of creative energy after that. And this can help also just getting good sleep is another great thing, obviously. But yeah, drinking electrolytes and making sure you're hydrated and having a little bit of honey to give your brain, a little bit of extra fuel that it can easily access is also great for initiating tasks and creating momentum. So this is the fun part. Now I'm going to walk you through how I would apply all of these ideas. So let's go over to Trello. Now, let's be clear. You don't have to use Trello. You can use Notion. You can use a pen and paper. I don't care what you use. I care that you get results. I'm not dogmatic about the exact, tool that you use. You can use whatever you want. But this is what I use, and I find that it works incredibly well for me. And so now, notice that the system that I told you about, where I break down every single thing for my YouTube videos, well, this is the system that I have for my YouTube videos. And so I have title, hook, thumbnail, scripting / outline, record, A-roll, and editing and uploading. And so what I can do is I can actually, if I have an idea and say, my YouTube studio, well, look, there's the idea right here, and I can move it across very, very simply every time I complete a step. And so if I have 10 hours available per week, it's very easy for me to look at a glance and say, oh, that's the video I'm working on? Great. Now, you can actually have a lot of videos going at the same time. So, for example, 7 steps for, procrastination. That's another video idea. And the cool thing about this is that I can actually go in and start writing a script right away, blah, 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 and save it. And now not only do I have a icon that's very clearly representing the video, I can easily access the script and all of the ideas for it. And so when I decide on the title and I decide on the hook, I can just move it over to thumbnail. And now it's a very clear visual representation of what I need to do and what's next. And so when I open up my Google Calendar, all I have to do is look at this and be like, okay, what's next? What is the next step? It's like, oh, script. I need to finish the script and the outline. I have my title and my hook, and the thumbnail is done. Okay, let's move it over and finish the script and the outline for this, right? And then I can easily schedule time, prepare, get some ideas from ChatGPT, compile it all, and then put it in here, and then boom, now there's a script that is ready. And next I can do record A-roll. Now, here's the interesting thing. Recording A-roll requires a lot of different things. You have to set up your lights, you have to set up your camera, you have to make sure the battery's charged, and you have to make sure that you have a decent background and that the audio is actually going to be good, and things like that. And so if that's difficult for you and you find that you get distracted or nervous in front of the camera or the setup takes a lot of time, here's what you can do. For setup for recording, you can create another category before this. And now your video isn't set up for recording. So now it's even more specific, even more clarity, makes it easier for you to write out the first 3 steps, which makes it easier for you to start. And so, say scheduling, maybe you only have 20 minutes to record a video. You don't want to waste that time setting up your lights and making sure that the audio is good. And so what you can do is you can actually schedule some time to set everything up. Test the audio, run some test footage and make sure that the audio is going to sound good, it's going to look good, and that everything is going to be all right when you actually show up to record A-roll. You can finish that and then move it over to the A-roll section. And now it's like, okay, now everything is ready. I have prepared, I have planned, and I know exactly what to do when I show up, and I sit down and start recording. And for B-roll, say you want to add B-roll to it, what you can do, again, is you can actually schedule a time slot and say, hey, before I start editing, I need to acquire B-roll for this video. So you can buy it from websites, you can shoot it yourself, or you can get it for free from websites. Like, it doesn't matter like where you get it from. The point is to create clarity with this, right? Is this all making sense, guys? You build things up and you figure out, you break everything down into a visual representation of all of the simple steps that need to be required, and you can make it as specific as required for you and your personal taste. I personally have a B-roll section, an editing section, as well as a reshoots section. Sometimes I feel like my performance in the video, when I'm looking at it and editing, it's like, I could do better than that. I want to reshoot this. I want to reshoot that section. I want to redo that part. No problem. I can schedule reshoots. And so this makes it very, very easy for me to keep track of what type of task I'm doing. First off, what the goal is, and then I can understand what the task is, and then I can approach it as, I can approach this with specific tactics. So, for example, I'm going to walk you through how I would go about making this video. And this is a video I'm actually going to make. So, for title and hook, 7 steps for procrastination. What I would probably do is I would probably have 3 or 4 videos here, and I would take this on my laptop to Starbucks. I would isolate myself. I would put in instrumental music, noise canceling, well, maybe noise canceling headphones if you have them. Put instrumental music in my ears, order a coffee. The caffeine helps me type, which is very, very useful. Then I would sit there for 90 minutes. And I would try to finish the title and hook of as many videos as possible. So now I have 3 videos with titles and hooks that are done. And then I would come home and I would go about my day. And then I would schedule, if those are done, thumbnails. And I would schedule, and what I would do is I would schedule acquiring parts for the thumbnails and making the thumbnails themselves at different times. So one, I would schedule a shoot to get pictures of myself that could be half an hour to an hour long, depending on how much experimentation or how much I have to do to set it up. And then I would also schedule maybe 20 minutes to acquire items and different photos that I'm going to use to put the thumbnail together. And then I would schedule time for the thumbnail. So sometimes I can get it all done in 2 hours, or sometimes I can schedule it out over different days depending on what my days look like and how much time I have. And then for scripting and outline, I would probably schedule time to go back to Starbucks and just blitz the script, get everything ready. I personally typically only do outlines and then sort of riff on top of it after that. And then from there, it's just making sure that I have set up for recording. I record the A-roll. I find the B-roll. I will also plan out my B-roll in the scripting and hook phase so that I actually, because I want to think visually. I want to tell a visual story. And so typically I will decide what kinds of B-roll shots I want to go with my hook. That way it creates like a decent emotional connection with the viewers as well. But actually getting the B-roll and having it, that's like its own thing. And then once I have everything together, then I will do my editing. And so that is generally how I would apply all of this stuff to my videos. I understand that it's not going to be perfect and it doesn't need to be perfect. I'm still practicing, I'm still learning. 2, I create clarity by creating a system that is very easy to see, and so that I can organize my tasks very, very clearly. And so it's not just make a YouTube video. Oh my God, I'm so overwhelmed. Should I do this? Should I do that? No, I know exactly what I need to do. I need to start with the title. I need to make a thumbnail. Then I need to make a script. And of course, you can put all this stuff wherever you want. The goal is not to make you like me. The goal is to help you be just like you. And then now that I have clarity on the tasks, I understand, oh, the type of work I understand, I apply, self-awareness and self-knowledge and be like, oh, this kind of work, I do that best with XYZ. For that kind of work, I need this amount of time, so I'll schedule that. For this kind of work, I need this. And then I just get the tasks done. I schedule them on my Google Calendar. I'm prepared. I have everything ready. I got the first 3 steps written out. And so when I sit down to do the task, I go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Step 1, step 2, step 3. By then, I have momentum and I'm off to the races and I'm getting things done. And then I have a visual representation when it's done. And so that each time I succeed, I get the satisfaction of moving it over. Look, oh, it's done. Oh, script's done. Hooray, time to set up for recording. Oh, hooray, time to record. It's very clear, it's very easy, and it's an actual actionable step plan. And that, my friends, is how I do it. That is how, in a nutshell, how I went from only posting one video per month, sometimes one video every 3 months, or taking a 6-month break, to posting 3 videos a week, more or less, and making entire hour-long presentations just like this for you guys. That is the method that I used. This works incredibly well for me. However, this is just a simplified version of what works for me. However, you might be different and you might need to apply different tips and tricks to this system in order to achieve the best results. Because of that, I wanted to offer you guys my course, linked in the description. Guys, if you made it this far in the video, I truly do appreciate it. This is just beginner level stuff. Some of you might want extra help and more deep advanced knowledge to help you in your journey faster. That's why I created the course for you guys, linked at the top of the description. I love to see you there, and you can even chat with me and message me personally, and we can work on giving you some one-on-one help with myself. With all that being said, thank you so much for watching this video, and I will see you guys in the next one. Cheers.